Good to go.
Excellent. So, welcome back. Good evening, everyone, to session 53 of Into the Wildlands. I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark. And last we left the Fading Hearts. Lots of things were happening. Still on the downtime, which they consoled their situation with Adaria. They saved the chieftain's daughter from the Red Fox stragglers, and they had a shared nightmare, which they found Ed in some strange altered place. Mavis comes to the realization that the armored figure is in fact Akra, her adoptive mother. Syndra pries into seeing what exactly is there and discovered some very disturbing, revealing items on the altar. And the group narrowly escaped being dream purged, or at least escaped into the mist of a nightmare, and found themselves back in Stormforge, which, after some discussions with Antonio Drake, Fia, and many other NPCs that they've helped, liberated, became friends with in some degree or manner, were teleported by Skua, the secretary, as we would like to call her for now, of Bermadir, and were brought to Menzato, which they met their other, newest addition, as one would call it, Obrina. And we ended with them heading off to go meet the Lord of Menzato, Yeskin Ominence, as his human guise is, known to the rest of the world. But they know better who they are dealing with, and now we resume that meeting. How our party fare? Now, let's switch to some traveling music or something.
Oh yeah, I can finally switch. Oh wait, the hotkey doesn't work to the port city of Manzato. Shit!
Oh, it's not. Let me restart, because I know that thing constantly keeps doing. That's why I took Rick's advice about having just another tab of the API thing, just to make sure it's working.
So, shit, I went Adaria's voice for a minute there. Flashback. What did I do? So I was quite curious on something, if you don't mind me asking. You care to catch me up to speed, considering I'll probably at least be walking with you for the time being.
On what?
Well, basically everything, because I'm kind of walking in here blind.
I guess the question is, where would you like to start on the story?
I mean, aren't all stories better told from the beginning?
This walk isn't
I
that
don't know if we
long.
really have that time.
Can you give me
No,
the
it isn't.
cliff notes? You know, like the notes they leave on the cliff in case someone falls over so they can read it before they fall to their death.
Ed's trying to destroy the world, and we're trying to stop him. There are also different planes that he is on at the same time.
Temporal?
What?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
In your sense, how well do you understand temporal physics?
Miser?
You can roll me intelligence or arcana if you feel.
Alright. Let's go fucking bard rolls. Fail me now.
I'll just start moving you guys in the map.
Let's just go arcana.
here.
Where is it? Where's my dice? Oh, that was GM, but that was still bad. I don't know why I rolled the GM.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch to the other. There we go.
Should I just
Well,
roll
with your
again,
eight,
Miser? Oh, no.
no,
never mind.
with your 8 Arcana roll, uh, you do hear some stuff of your tales and legends of heroes and whatnot going in and out and chasing after villainies and also just dangerous creatures that would exist in and out of the other realms, but you never really experienced it yourself, so you don't know how much of it is just, well,
Let's
make
say I
believe.
have a baseline functionality on theorems, but I don't have any proof to back them up.
Okay, so you've met Ed, right?
Believe in the night, in the dream, or whatever the hell it would have been the second time, so yes.
Right. So we've met in the dream.
Mm-hmm.
Ed is the same Ed as in your book, which is why I was tempted to beat the crap out of you for it. Considering you have one thing that has the same symbol that keeps popping up on everything, and a book that apparently was written by him, so kind of an awkward coincidence, and of course your name showed up in a cross-temporal conduit. I guess that'd be the easiest way to find it.
Why the hell did you get a cross-temporal thing without creating multiple paradoxes over themselves?
Hi.
Wait, what?
Let's put it this
Welcome
way.
to the loop.
Yeah, we are in a series of those. Some kind of
Is it-
pocket dimension outside of the normal temporal range, even though it would seem Primus and everything else is trying to collapse it.
Huh. You had mentioned also a name in this conduit. Was there anything else of value next to my name? Like, did I die or something? Assuming this is multiple loops over. Going off
No,
of
this
what
was the
you-
first time yours showed up, was shortly after we lost someone.
Were they that much of an asset? But it was horrible?
They could speak to gods on a regular basis.
That doesn't necessarily sound like an asset, more like a cleric that's just gone insane.
She wasn't a cleric.
She was a druid, and she was dumb.
Did she have a name?
Ataria Decentra.
Miser?
And make a roll for history.
Advantage or no?
Advantage.
last time that they might know.
That's why he's giving me advantage, because I actually didn't roll for it. He told me to do it last time, so I
Yes.
kind of get it. Oh, well, thank God for
Oh, yeah.
advantage.
You certainly heard of an Ataria, but you more heard about the Decentra family.
Alright, so I've heard of both, though.
Yes.
I've heard of
And
both, actually.
as far as you know, Ataria owned a
Flower shop?
small, well, I was going to say a small pharmaceutical.
Oh, well, yeah.
Not
From what I
not
remember,
not a flower shop, a pharmaceutical. And
what I oh, sorry, go ahead.
from the family, you just heard they're very reclusive, but no negative rumors or manners or anything. They were just very conservative family. And
Well, I do. Oh, sorry.
I know I know the last part of it. I know I do my pauses, but it's mostly because I got to get my notes. And
No problem.
the other thing you do know is that they had been active in the fight against the Cult of the Dragon, but mostly just giving some support and aid, not physically fighting.
So, I do know of this at the Rio de Centra at a certain point on the pharmaceutical. Occasionally, I had people that went for my show that went there to calm their nerves, so to speak. There were others. Her family were a bit reclusive and the like. Why, is there something wrong with... How did she die, exactly?
She didn't die.
Okay.
She ceased to exist.
Which is weird because I have information about her, meaning
Meaning
it
that we're in a pocket space that doesn't have an effect on the outside universe.
yes. Which is honestly really fun, but also really annoying. So does that mean technically anything we do here is redundant? Outside of breaking
No,
the pocket space?
I don't think so.
You begin to approach now the front doors, or rather the front gates of the Ominence Manor, and you see the guards. They look at your direction, mostly at Tiernan and Syndra, which they give a approval nod, but then they definitely lock focus on Arizel, Olverina, and Mavis, which you do hear clear voices in those helmets. We were expecting 3 individuals, 2 we recognize, another 3 that we do not.
They're with us.
They pause for a brief moment, and they're just gonna roll. Well, one of them pulls out what looks like a small rock.
This is
Holds it.
Arizel, my second mate. This is Mavis, who we've hired for assistance. And this is Overeem, also assistance. But if they must, they can stay outside.
I'm just gonna roll for somebody else because that's just how accurate they are giving information to their big boss.
Oh no.
But they're not gonna just
Oh,
let anyone
and that's
in.
Binge,
yeah.
and that's Arcanos.
They look at the other 2. I'm just gonna put this to GM.
This is where we get shot by arrows when we're not looking.
Very well. You may enter. The Lord Ominence is expecting you. And they step out of your way, open the door.
Everyone be on your best behavior.
Any other warnings I should have going in?
Don't piss it off.
It?
Any of them.
Teddy just looks over at you over his shoulder and gives this really creepy grin.
I know I miss being on the road already.
I mean, you can attempt to roll history on a Yeskin Ominence, Oberina, since you have been here for just a little bit.
It wouldn't be too long though, but I guess I'll still roll. Oh, that's not an advantage. I just forgot to. Oh my god! God
Yeah,
damn it!
Unfortunately, it is not an advantage. I gotta take that 16.
Yeah, I know. I hate my life.
So with the 16, as far as you know, Lord Ominence is the Lord of Menzado, and he was also the one that founded a lot of the other particular outposts, or at least they all owe a tie to him because he was one who owns the only port city in this area, or at least in this land.
Was his ship the one I helped from destruction? From the firebolt? Or the delayed blast fireball?
Yes, but at the same time, no. The ship is owned by one of his employees.
Ah, okay.
So, Fleck answers immediately. The halfling ushers you all in. Ah, good. Good to see you. There's more of you here. That's fine. I can just have you all sit in other places. One of the family members will be arriving soon as well, since they heard such good news. And then he runs immediately as fast as his short legs can get him. And says, my lord, your guests are here. Should we have them positioned in different seatings now? which all you individuals will remember. I'll just a little bit more. You recall the pudgy noble, not really human, Yeskin Eminence, smoking a fine, smoking pipe. And by his side is his wife, who is Lady Monroe Eminence. And of course, you briefly had seen at least 4 of their 5 children. The oldest, Douglas, who briefly introduced himself.
Please tell me Douglas has a much better name.
Remember that? Well, Sindra,
No.
you would definitely know. You would definitely know. They use. Well, actually, Tyrion would know also that dragons who live for so long use a lot of alias names, and considering who Yeskin really is, but there's also
Douglas Finn again.
the second child, who is Cressia. Then the third, Saladar, who unfortunately has not quite mastered his innate magical nature. And of course, the second youngest, who's performing on the large harp, Selena. They are all inattentive. In fact, the 2 daughters who are performing stop for a little bit and they take notice, but none of them say anything except for Yeskin, as if he is the only one that has the authoritative voice at the moment. He says, my adventurers have finally arrived. Good, good. And he gestures, you may all sit. Well, only those 2 seats you're not allowed to sit in, but all other ones are open.
Just like last time, Tyrion takes the other head of the table.
God damn it. I was thinking about it, like, fucking someone else is gonna take it, so I'm just gonna not. I'll just sit right there.
That sword that's currently on Binge's back, does it, like, give off a presence?
Yes, it does. In fact, Tyrion, because you are of the dragon kind,
Cinder grabs that sword
Oh, no.
because it's still wrapped up.
okay, I was gonna say, how do you grab the sword, by the way?
Oh, I figured we like gotta, like wrapped it up in like a sheet or something, so it's all proper and.
That's perfectly fine.
She looks at the halfling
Yes, yes.
as she comes forward.
He runs. You can see like this little halfling man is sweating quite a bit.
And she looks at him. I apologize.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Are you sitting there?
No, there was just no one there, so she comes up to present it.
Okay. That's fine.
The raid. The late Sir Raid. This is what remained. As she kind of unveils it a little bit, and you can see even she's like grimacing a little bit at it. I know it's not a great gift, especially with what it does, but she just kind of passes it over the halfling. There you are, sir.
He takes the he literally takes scale bane, makes his way to Omnins, literally kneels down completely, and Yeskin looks at it, and before you make your way back to sitting, he simply states, were there any messages that Sir Richard had given to me?
Oh, I know there was one, but my brain is dead right now.
I'll just give you a history roll.
Oh no.
It was like yesterday. Come on.
I know.
Yeah, but then we also had literal a temporal anomaly yesterday.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes. So you do remember that Sir Richard did say to tell Lord Ominence, or rather, Invanito, in the Inferno, that he found what he was seeking.
He found what he was seeking. It was the only message he had.
I see. And for a brief moment, Cinder, because you're the only closest one there, you do feel a slight edge to his voice. And because you are closest to, you definitely see the eyes glow a almost complete orange hue, but they return to normal. Very well. I see that in his last moments, he has performed his duties to me. I hope that his successor can perform at least up to standards. As he looks at the blade Scalebane, and brief moment clenches his hand, and you see that a glove forms out of it, almost out of midair, or materializes in his on that hand, and he picks it up from the hilt. Such a fine relic from another world. Truly the sign of loyalty to give a weapon that was designed to kill our kind. As he looks over to your direction, Tyrannin.
Tyrion just smiles.
Fleck, would you bring this to my treasury in the upper floor? As he, pretty much with dismissive attitude, places the sword back into Flick's, the still kneeling Flick. And without saying a word, just bows to Yeskin and then starts making his way as fast as his little feet can take him. Now, I suppose proper rewards are necessary amongst us all. And with a tap of his smoking pipe onto the table, a few pouches, or rather small bags of what can only be considered currency, appear. And he looks for a brief moment. Your numbers have changed, and I only recognize 3 individuals. I see.
The numbers have changed, but not the payment and the agreed upon.
Careful now, child. I'm quite good at keeping my agreements, but I do not like being place words into my own lips. Though I am curious of the story of, as he points first to Oberina, then to Mavis. For a brief moment, it seems like he was about to look toward Okeanos, but figures just floats over for a brief moment, but then eyes focus directly at Binge. Aren't you not supposed to be my employment?
Oh no. Fuck.
And Syndra, you are, of course, from this position. Yes, you are very close. You don't need to roll anything here, but you do feel a slight pressure of heat coming from Yeskin. And it's not directed at you. It's well, Tyrannin, you can feel the heat passing right by you a little bit. Just kind of zoomed in focus on Binge. And since you are closest to Binge, you just kind of see that Binge, or you hear a slight little shake because he just
Aw.
failed his wisdom saving throw.
Aw.
But not looking your way, Syndra, Yeskin just adds, "Yes, well, payment is indeed payment due, although I am curious, so please, fill me in and entertain me with a story of what has happened since you left my humble abode, and entertain my children as well." And with that, there is 5 bags, or, well, there's 5 currency bags, each one which, as he had initiated, each one containing 1,000 gold. And also added within it, because you had actually brought something of Scalebane, he added an extra 400 gold to each of those bags, so each of you had just gained 1,400 gold.
Holy.
Tyrion's letting Syndra tell the story, but you notice that he has not grabbed a bag of gold.
Yeah, they're right here at the moment on this, as he simply states, "I just want to make sure that when Flick returns, he hands you the bag properly. He does get a little lost when he has to go to my armory."
Well, if it's all right, I think I would require a seat. It's quite a story.
Yes. And he gestures for you to sit. And then he also gets a bell, rings it, and you see Fleck again moving with immense amount of speed. For a halfling, he's quick.
He's
Ah,
Lightfoot.
Of course he is. 'Cause no one
He-
plays any other halfling ever.
He quickly makes his way. Is on the one bent knee stance. Yes, my lord. The sword has been placed in the armory as you desire. Yes, yes. Be sure to distribute the earnings to Sindra Galos, Tyrannin, the 2 ladies who are now in their service, and to Arizel. I need to move her token here. Yes, sir. I shall do so. Immediately pulls out a tray from out of his own uniform, places all 5 bags, and then quickly makes his way. First in Tyrannin, then he also, at first, looks like he is skipping Mavis and the others, but he's immediately going straight to Syndra, then to Arizel, then to Oberina, and then to Mavis. And as he is doing this, he's also asking, "Do you all wish for drinks or the like?"
Please.
Just a fine glass of wine, thank you. Well, fucking keep going out of Ria's voice. So used to that shit.
That's perfectly fine.
As he comes back around after taking their orders, he feels it plop on his tray again as Tyrion's bag has landed on it.
He looks very confused. Looks over to,
Tell your master after the story I have a different request.
I'm just gonna roll this for Yeskin. Tyrion, you see this guy turn very, like, he was already a pale skin fleshling little thing now, or soft skin. Now he looks very pale. He just kind of looks immediately toward Yeskin, looks to you, looks back to him. Then he looks to Yeskin, which I'm not even gonna roll perception for this guy. He clearly heard you loud and clear.
Mm-hmm. He said
And
it loud
just-
enough.
Yeah, he just nods. So he runs over, presents the tray, which Yeskin just taps it with his smoking pipe, and the bag disappears. Present them their drinks and refreshments. Also, I believe there was some new cuisine that has arrived. Yes, sir. He immediately runs right by and goes for the kitchen. And due to your particular comment, Tyranian, Yeskin has his full attention as he, with his free hand, which was the gloved hand, gestures toward his two daughters, and they begin to play a soft, soothing melody. And he just adds, "Now, how interesting. You do not want payment for service that you have rendered for me. Clearly, you must find something of value that you want."
We both know our kind. Coins can only do so much.
Yes.
You...
Especially when you live as long as I have.
Exactly. So I'm sure you've read this book many times.
As you say book, the eyes narrow a little bit. Depends on which book we're looking for.
The Book of Life.
Not the right book.
I thought that's what you... A Book of the World.
Mm-hmm.
The Book of the World.
The eyes narrow just a little bit. Curious as to how you know that particular book and suspect that I would have it.
My lord, you know that we all have ways of gaining information that we don't like to divulge to everyone.
Make me a wisdom saving throw. You do have advantage. I will give you this.
8.
Okay. Well.
Wait. Did I pass today? I did. Legendary resistance.
Oh. Okay. You felt a similar sensation of when, yes, you did pass in your, the previous session. It was not a long rest afterwards, so. You felt the same touch, very similar, if not maybe even equally potent as your mother's, when certain information starts to get pried, and you would know this as the detect thoughts. But it's not coming from Yeskin, though. You feel the little tug from your, the edge of your right eye. And there's a somewhat of a smirk on Lady Monroe's face.
Tyrion starts thinking about dinner last night.
A brief eye exchange between the two, between Yeskin and Lady Monroe, as the two of them, well, Lord Yeskin and Lady Monroe. And then Yeskin goes, well, considering that you're interested in an old, very old tome, that there is only one actual true copy of it. I am quite curious as to how, no offense, Tyranian, you don't really strike me as the librarian type.
Oh, I'm not, but a book with that title might prove helpful in our current situation. Gestures over to Syndra, and it deals with our lineage.
I can't just go handing over such a priceless book, even if one were to offer me 1,000 scale banes. But he pauses, almost as if he's making it a flair, a show of his reactions. And Sindra, you are closest to Yeskin as he is making these particular movements. You can roll me up insight, since you are closest to him. You can't quite put your finger on it, but you get the feeling that he is enjoying this. Well, since you are curious of it, I will allow... He pauses as if to take a better measure of all of you. I will allow you access to the book. And you may copy one page for free. There is more text and information into the book, but its key components of our kind's origin lore, well, let us just say that many kings and queens of justice and certain thanes and prime consorts would go to war to deny it. And word of warning, read the book with an open mind. Some information might be a bit hard to swallow, as the eyes kind of look not at you, Turn, anymore, but more toward you, Sindra. And there is this all-knowing smile. And then he adds, however, at this moment, I believe food is in order. A little celebration for your success and perhaps continue partnership. And he looks at Binge again. You still haven't mustered the courage to speak. You are not under my employment, are you not? Binge Tarkus. And Tyrion, you kind of hear the armor rattle a little bit, but it's not out of anger or anything. It's pure fear.
You're muted.
Thank you.
Oh, I was waiting.
My lord, he may wear heavy armor and stand on the front line, but Binge tends to panic easily. Could you turn down your aura on him so he may collect himself and explain to us all why he switched occupations?
May I ask what the insight is for, Obrina?
My ability, real quick. I wanted like a gauge of like about a 1 to 4 for Binge. Yep,
Oh.
he is 20 feet. That's why I was measuring.
Okay. He is a 3 bordering into a 4.
Oh, there's too many people here and just doing that. God, I'll save it for later.
But yes, all of you that are closer to Yeskin, you do feel something, a weird wave just ebbing away for now. And Tyrion, the rattling lowers a little bit, but there's definitely a sense of fear. And Binge goes, yes, sir, Lord Yeskin, sir, I was captive under Temple. Then, with his shield arm, he has his spear, but he has it like up to the side, like in salute mode. So he's gesturing with his shield, or at least the hand that's holding the shield. Lord Tyrannin and his retainer, Lord Rasputin, saved me, and well, I swore allegiance to Lord Goldheart, and he disappeared. But Lord Tyrannin is here, so I'm staying here. I'm sorry, Lord Yeskin. I did not mean.
As
any
you
disrespect.
see, Lord, he owes me his life. And has sworn it to one of my retainers. Who's busy on a different mission right now.
Everyone else, please roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Some bitch.
Well, shit. I'm
If
that.
the lady was still reading his mind when Tyrion spoke about the aura, all she would hear was, "Gotta miss having that."
Hey, there's the nat one. Moogle, stop rolling ones. You're not
Again.
playing Jeebus today.
I clearly am.
I
You
love
know,
how
I'm,
I
I'll
love
just
how
roll
I have
for
like the
Ari's.
worst mod and I somehow rolled the best.
I'm just gonna
Thanks,
roll for.
Jesus.
I'm just gonna roll for Ari Zell because she's also mind reading her as well. Binge. Here we go. Grab your sheet for a brief second. Make wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Nice.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but all of you had failed, and
Yeah,
Sindra,
I
you
don't
failed the worst. It's. It is unfair for me to say it, but you are in front of two high level dragons. Anyway,
weird.
You can call them worms. We understand.
yeah, they're great worms. So anyway, Sindra, you definitely feel like someone had looked in because you all feel it, but it's not harsh. It's just how much information has been seen. And Lady Monroe finally speaks. Well, it seems that they're all speaking the truth, dear. And there's no need to bully such a delicate little child who, well, suffered all that hardship. She kind of holds the fan to the side a little bit. Not to mention, it seems like he's under good payment. I suppose, but it is a bit vexing when one decides to leave an unfulfilled contract for a sense of loyalty. It feels uneven a bit. So, Binge Tarkus. Yes, sir. You are going to follow Tyrannin thoroughly, as if you would be obeying my contract that I have signed. If not, well, I can think of worse ways of dealing with you and your lack of discipline. You all can just see Binge very quietly just nodding. He's not saying anything, he's just nodding. Good. Now, I believe Flex should be readying the drinks. And I believe my chefs will have things prepared for food. If you all have any questions or wish to, well, explain and tell me more, please feel free. As Fleck comes out with blinding speed, but yet still keeping the tray perfectly balanced as he begins to make his way to all of you to pass the drinks.
Sindra, would you like to explain, or shall I?
No, I figure I have a bit more dramatic flair than you do.
Yes, he would have just gotten facts from me.
And she's going to offer up the story, but it's going to have a little bit of flair to it. Keep out a few minor things, but, nothing. So it'll basically be like, well, we got on the Storm Singer, we went to the temple, we basically fought the denizens there, the primordials, how we ended up defeating the storm that was basically isolating everything. What's her name? Natalie or whatever.
Not my. Gestures to Tyrion when you say that because he's currently wearing it.
Normally, and then our rival, the situation with the house, the cult, the Red Fox, speculate or base information that they know about, not Emerald Star, Rashakan.
When you
Who
get to
they put in power and how scared they are to piss off him in Stormforge. The situation with the natives there in Stormforge.
when you get to Rashakan, you kind of see. Oh, did you mention anything about the possible second port to Yeskin?
No, she hasn't yet.
Okay. But when you get to the whole Red Fox and cultists in Rashakan, you can kind of see the eyes get a little bit more of a orange, yellow glow. I was wondering why Stormforge and Rashakan have been acting a bit impudent. They've just been infested with vermin. Very influential vermin.
From what I gather from the notes, those that you put in power are doing their best to fight against such a force. However, my understanding is there is another problem that the Bloodstones, I believe, are going to be looking into, amongst others. That is that your monopoly of the port here is possibly not entirely a monopoly.
And Syndra, Tyrion, you all understand red dragons. They're greedy, they're selfish, and they like to be in charge.
Yeah!
For a very, very brief moment, you don't see Yeskin Ominence in front of you. You see Invaridio, the Inferno, probably the second strongest dragon in all of Toril. For a very brief moment, make an appearance, but with I'm just gonna roll this, and you all will see if he keeps his composure. Wow, that's him rolling a 3.
He is a wizard.
Something like that. But
Binge takes like one step behind Tyrion, and then you all hear a thunk as Orkanos can't see the table anymore.
Yeah. But you all do feel a intense wave of heat, and then he takes a breath. Well, I suppose some places need renovation. He looks over to his 2 sons, who have been silent, but from hearing your stories, the older one, Douglas, kind of just looks unimpressed. He only seems to have shown interest when you were fighting a other dragon or primal creature. But then once you start talking about the politics and handling other things which seem to be just tedious work. The second one, Saladar, does not seem to be one bit interested in your entire conversation at all. And very surprisingly, it's just been fiddling with his nails. I don't suppose either of you two would mind doing a little bit of exercise for me. I did say that I brought you here for a reason, did I not? Both of them immediately snap to attention as they realize that their dear father is talking to them. And so Douglas is the first to speak after waiting for a brief moment. Well, I don't mind if you want me to just simply burn the place down, get rid of all the trash and filth. No, my firstborn. You still do things by force a little too much. Saladar? I will admit their story is interesting, but if there is vermin trying to make competition with us, I think they're sorely underestimating our capacity. I'm in agreement with Elder Brother here. Shouldn't we not just, I don't know, scope the area and find their little port and burn it down? And if anyone's looking at ominous, you could roll me an insight.
Where was it? Alright, where is
It wasn't too difficult of a DC.
it? Don't worry, I'll find a way to fuck it up.
Yeah, it was literally just exactly at 13. But
God damn it.
Syndra, you can see that this is the look of a
Of course, it's Mavis.
yeah.
Fucking course.
Okay, so Mavis. All right, we'll go first with Syndra and then to Mavis. So Syndra, you can see that there's something that Ominence wants from these two, and at least from the way it looks like it's a teaching mannerism. Mavis, you understand this sort of method. This was something very similar to how Akra would try to give you some teaching lessons of how to think for yourself, but also do some critical thinking.
Trial by fire.
And sadly, both sons have just failed very horribly by thinking brute force rather than, well, skillful mannerisms, or at least try to get the most out of their problem.
Tyrion was planning on piping up anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you all heard this conversation as they were saying it and their suggestions.
So Tyrion, all Tyrion's gonna say is, "Rats are the first thing to flee from a burning barn."
Just gonna roll this for these two, and I don't want to go into their pages because it's just gonna drive me nuts. Okay, they turn to listen to you. There's no obvious or any look of disdain or anything. They're just listening, and Ominous just has a, well, finally someone fucking gets it smile on his face.
As a man of experience, that tactic only gets you so far. Then they come back with more. And he gestures off to the way of the vault that Fitz ran into. Potent materials to deal with their problems.
The oldest one. kind of just scoffs at this. Right, like they just need some adventurers and the like.
No. They need one man with a special knife or an arrow.
I'm just gonna roll this for all 4 of them, as you do happen to have. Actually, I gotta roll for these 2 separately.
Personal experience.
Of course, they're not gonna understand.
One of them did.
One of them.
Oh, yeah.
One of them decided not to be a dipshit today.
Oh no! You see, the first 2 are for these guys.
Oh.
The 4 came from the ones that are listening in the back.
Of course the women are smart.
Oh, they are more ruby than red, but anyway.
Makes sense.
And Douglas goes, what? It's impossible for a dragon to be felled by a single arrow or sword. Saladar, the one closest to you, kind of just plays with his claws a little bit. I mean, unless it's being wielded by another dragon, I don't really see humans being that much of a danger.
He takes the arrowhead out of his shirt. What do you see before you? What do you think I am?
Ah, man. I really should just grab their sheets just for the hell of it.
Alright, dumbass.
Sorry, they're poking all of the wrong buttons.
I mean, this I forget. It's the oldest and the third
Yeah.
oldest. So it's literally the sons.
Oh yes, the idiot brigade.
They didn't spec well in their intelligence. I will say that, and I don't want. I got their modifiers. So I'm just gonna roll the d20s. I don't want to just go page by page.
Oh my god.
Well, at least this one, the oldest, figured it out. All right, that's a powerful curse that was used. As for, he pauses, looks really hard at you though. And due to your condition, he can't quite tell exactly what you are, but he can only make a wild guess, and he just says, "You seem like a gem dragon like Mother. Sapphire." And then Saladar, the one that's closest to you, Tyrannin, looks at the arrowhead, and looks at you. I don't really see anything significant about a curse. And as for what you are, good sir, if you are of something impressive that Father seems to give you recognition, then you have my recognition.
I was once much like your sisters. But after this hit me one time, I am now stuck like this. And I've heard of other dragons being felled by novice archers in the same manner. He's gonna look at both of them. It only takes one.
Can you roll me a d20, Tyrannin?
3. Fuck me.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Okay. I do apologize for this.
Uh-huh.
So, as you're saying this, you hear a loud knocking, or rather, doors opening, as another individual just comes out. And simply shouts out, this individual.
Anime protagonist.
I didn't know my campaign was being featured in this campaign. I'm
And
sorry.
just shouts out, I return home, father. Oh, I see you have guests. Kind of looks a little confused of seeing all you there. And sounds very loud and boisterous. All of you could roll me insight with how everyone's reacting on the table.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm already rolling like shit anyway tonight. Might as well keep it
Hey!
fine.
First roll above a 10.
I've been rolling like ass all night.
That's perfectly fine. So, starting with the lowest to highest. Obrina, you do see that there's almost a suppressed sigh of exasperation almost slipping out from Salodar as he kind of looks like he's about to grit his teeth. Tyrion, you see the same thing, but for a brief moment you kind of see Douglas almost crunching his nose a little. And Syndra, you see almost the exact same thing, but there is this very crooked, if not villainous smile that just appeared very briefly on Yeskin, but the eyes don't seem to match the smile. As he just says, "Ah, my youngest. You showed up late. And I'm not going to even roll for him because even if he makes a crit roll, he is not going to succeed." And he kind of pauses. The young youth here pauses for a brief moment as he approaches here. And just adds, "Well, yes, I know you called me over, father. I was busily handling a few problems that, well, some Swahagan were messing around with the docks." Right. And why were you needed particularly to handle the Swahagan when we have already ordered, or at least have patrols to work on that? The youth looks around again. I mean, pauses, kind of looks around. He kind of looks straight at Binge. There's a confusion for a brief moment. It's almost like he's trying to find a way to escape a conversation. And then, going with Syndra's insight, you can see now there is a held up fury coming from Yeskin now. But he has this fake gesture smile. "Garland, my dear son. You're the youngest of the brood, and yet you still don't understand the basics. But I will forgive you for your tardiness, because you're still young compared to, well, the expectations of some of the others. Now, sit." And without even making a comeback word, he immediately scurries over and sits down. Now, as Tyrion has been saying, it's one thing to burn down, purge an entire town, village, outpost, city, but it would value to nothing if you don't get the roots, the rats, and every single one of them in a single sweep and go. More so in the fact that if one of them even escapes or has a supplier, where is all that coming from? Ah, yes. I suppose you've all have not met my youngest. As he gestures to the boy that's sitting not too far from you, Tyrion, and I'll just do a quick
Tyrion will just kind of look at him and give him a nod.
he will give you a slight nod as well, but it's very clear his attention is more focused to his father as he just realized he is in deep shit. And Yeskin, returning to his more business mannerisms. Now, considering that you have done me a service, and I am granting you access to a particular book, as well as you've been repaid handsomely, I don't suppose you'll be heading down toward the area anytime soon. As he looks at all of you, and Mavis, Oberina, this is the first time you're meeting this pudgy, fat man of a noble, but yet, for a short, fat man, he's exuding a presence that is not normal. In fact, Mavis, the closest thing you can get from this individual is very similar, if not more terrifying, as the giant monster that you had fought at the Undersea Temple.
Sadly, don't have anything on to say to this man. I have no context for anything, and I don't want to misspeak.
Nope. That's perfectly fine. Is Rowan, is Mavis muted, or?
No, I'm here, just not saying anything.
Okay. Perfectly fine. I was making sure. And he waits for a little bit. I don't suppose you have some business in Rashikon to provide me a more detailed information?
Well, as it so happens, we are headed back down to. Is it Emerald Star? Is that the one we're headed down there?
That is the outpost, yes, down there.
Down to the Emerald Star outpost. We have a deal that we have to complete with some locals. Plus, it was our understanding that Red Fox has been attempting to mess with our friends down there. Other than that, yes, we are headed to Rashikon. I believe we a couple of leads on things, and you know, my personal instinct to kill every red fox I meet. If it's a swarm of them, I'd be remiss to miss out on that opportunity.
Oh, I fully understand. Very well. If you're heading to the Emerald Star, Tanis should be the one running that place. I will provide you a message for Tanis personally to be delivered. He'll be able to offer you his full assistance if he has not already. And should you find any important information with Rashikon, I'll be more than happy to reward you for cleaning services dealing with the foxes and cultists that are uninvited. But I'd be most pleased to see if there is a other port that has the audacity to play competition with me
I know that Captain Drake is probably looking for it as well, considering the implications that it's Red Fox. So you have it from two aspects here, if you'd like.
Ah, he is such a good investment. You get the feeling that you have just improved your standing with Ominence right now, as he just says, "Yes, yes, this is good. This is good." And then he looks to his two sons, actually three now, with a somewhat burning look of, "You see, boys, you laugh at the smaller mortals and non-dragonkin. But you have to understand that if you wish to even come close, even halfway of my lifespan, you need to learn how to negotiate and make connections. If not, no matter how strong one is, one cannot defeat an army, especially a well-maintained, well-oiled army. Speaking of army," as he looks to you again, Tiernan, "that particular arrow, I can smell the curse from right here, even when he didn't have it out. I don't suppose you can share the story behind that?"
Tyrion kind of cracks his neck, looks around the table. It might be good for the younger ones around here to learn what can happen. And he will go into moderate detail about what happened that night.
A roll investigation.
As a question, does Tiernan mention Ed in it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Because that's when Syndra goes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Cassandra will sit there and comment. And that is the individual we're tracking here, which brings up another problem that we should probably talk about.
He only mentions Ed's name, right?
I mean, what else are you looking for? Because it's Ed and his knights. He says, like, he...
I guess, do you mention the other names, like of the knights or anything?
Yeah. Because I didn't know if Tiernan knew the name.
Not really, no.
Wiggman. Okay.
Well, you know the one who shot you.
Yeah, because Adaria actually told you.
You know Wigaman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give the general names he knows. So I know the one who shot me. I know Wigaman. Oh, we've learned the identity of the Black Knight.
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Yes,
We
so-
know most
the
of the
dead
identities of the knight.
Cormier.
The name Dane, does that ring any bells? Since I at least know the... Why is
Well, I
there...
would imagine if you're from Faerun and you don't know the
Yes.
name of the King of Cormier.
No, not the King of Cormier.
The adventurers, yes, you do
Yeah.
know. They were a region-wide, well-known name.
Okay. Was...
Oh, I have them
Can
here
I-
actually.
Do I know the connection, though, between Dana and... Since I know Adaria's family, or no? Was that more closed off? So just...
That not very common knowledge. So
Okay.
you will be rolling. If you are going to try to go into that, it will be at disadvantage.
Screw it. Let's see how much lineage I
So
can
the
pull
names
and
are
just roll 2 net 1.
Dana, Connie, Sieg, Wigaman, and Garth.
18.
18 is
Yay.
passing. You do know that some of the families within at least the Centra, there was mentioning that they did train a particular adventurer who was a rival to someone in that family, a cousin.
Huh.
Not full details, but you do know that the Centra matriarch did train the ranger known as Dina, the true shot.
Keep that in mind. Oh, this... Actually, because this would be a weird thing. I don't know if she would have heard it. Never mind. I'm not gonna ask.
But there's also the fact that she earned that name because she basically had never missed a shot.
See, there's something I want to ask, but I know it's a little meta, so I'm not gonna get into it.
I'll determine that.
Well, it's not my player though, who would have
Ah.
heard it from last session. That's why I wanted to ask, but
Okay, that's fine. So, as I'm just rolling for Yeskin on his investigation in history. The investigation is the whole mentioning of he's actually investigating. Oh wait, because that's actually a cursed item. He fucking has Arcana.
dies to curse item immediately.
I will roll this in public because he's definitely very keen interest in your. Yep. I was curious as to why you had a arrow that seems to have been amplified by the use of Soul Jar. But yet, there's also the mix of Finger of Death in it. Right. As far as I have known, the individuals you've mentioned had provided me a service, indirectly, by getting rid of the dragon cult, since as much as we may have shared interest, or rather, shared color alignment, their interests were not aligned to my own. So I provided them a lead to finding some of those pesky, annoying dragon masks. I don't know what they have done with it. And if what you said is true, then they are a bigger disappointment than I had taken them for. Since I believe... Had you mentioned the King of Cormier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you say that, and he goes, I had expected more from the King of Cormier. Quite the skilled warrior, wielding a very powerful relic sword. Though I suppose since I was more focused on this lance here, everything else was a moot interest until now. How sad that, well, if this Ed individual has particular books and whatnot, it must be of a skilled Archmagus. And Syndra, you're close enough to not need to roll for this, but you can clearly tell that the words, as he says, magic and spell books, seems to have, well, sparked a very greedy, almost hungry mannerism out of Yeskin.
That's when Sin goes, he's Netherese.
As you say that, his head turns and looks at you, directly at you. And the eyes, which should be a human eyes of white sclera and pupils, they're now just pure molten orangey yellow color. As he looks right at you, Syndra. And the voice changes a bit more deeper. What did you just say? And
Ed
it's not
Matthias
intimidating,
Dominguez.
it's hungry.
Ed Matthias Dominguez. Whether that's his name from back then or not, clearly has some tie to Cassus.
You can all roll
And
me a
our
perception.
evidence is that he is therefore Netherese, from the Nethril Empire. And chances are he's that old.
Hey, there's my nat 20.
Hey!
Hey, same
Syndra,
hat.
you're closest. You have an advantage on this, and also he's looking right at you.
Sandra
So-
rolled a nat 1. Damn it.
Okay,
Actually, that's funny.
you all passed. Syndra, as you're explaining this information, for the briefest of moments, it seems like Yeskin almost lost control of his. Actually, I'll go with the 17s first. The 17s, you see him wipe his mouth a bit, almost like he's salivating a bit. Those that have hit above 20, for the briefest of moments, it looks like his form he almost broke concentration of his form. As for a brief moment, his face almost elongated and the teeth were almost coming out. But all four of you can see that there is this genuine, happy smile on his face. Or rather, Tyrion, as a dragon, you know this sort of look. You've had this look before when you collected flags, especially really nice looking ones.
Oh no.
This is a dragon that just found something that he wants to add to his horde badly.
Sindra looks at him with like the dead, like the most almost 1,000-yard kind of soldier stare as she looks at him and goes, "I don't think it's a fight you want to pick." Do you know? I know that you already know, but you know what a Trask is, right?
Of course. Well, as he looks over to Lady Monroe, looks to you. Your grandsire and I had a dispute about how to handle Taras with the use of magic.
She kind of leans forward just enough. He's got body parts of one.
Oh. Sindra, you don't need to roll for this, but it feels like instead of warning him, it almost seems like you're, it's almost like he's pleased to hear this.
He's also building an army.
Well, what wizard would not want to build an army? As he kind of gestures outward. I went on a movie to build Menzato and the other outposts to claim this land as my own.
Oh, I understand completely. But, and please don't take it personally as an affront or to your power. For I would think even my great-grandfather would have a problem with it. The army is completely comprised of a situation designed for removal of our blood and countering magic.
For brief as a moment.
We've seen the minimal amount of it in effect. Dangerous enough against a human or a mortal army. But it's focused on something far, far bigger than you, than I, than anyone here. His goals... Again, I don't want to offend you, so please don't take it as much, but... He's got his eyes on fighting things that... Io would have had a fight with.
I'm just gonna roll this in public as he is inciting this. Not because he disbelieves you, but it's more of if he can grasp exactly what you're going for. Oh, man.
Man, imagine this guy being dumb.
That one's still 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. His CR rating is literally like the second highest thing in this whole entire monster.
Man, I wonder who's number one. Mile.
Yeah. Anyway,
Grandpa? No.
Edward, you have returned.
He's a 60, so yeah. But he pauses, almost like snapping out of his, perhaps what one could say, for a fantasy for a brief moment. If one could read the mind of a great worm of his age, especially one who's dabbled, or rather fell deep into the art of fire magic. There's a lot going on in his head right now, but he does stop to really think about it.
In fact,
Eric?
I'm rather concerned than Eric
Well, yes.
because of his problems and what we've seen, and his perceived goals of exterminating the universe.
Quite ambitious.
Not to throw it out, I'm actually more concerned that you're part of his plan in some way because, well, she looks at him. You are you.
It almost
And
feels
if
like
he's willing to take those problems, she just got emotions.
it almost feels like those chess games I would have with. He pauses, thinks about it. An old friend of mine. Well, I suppose I'll have to be doing some preparations then. It's been a long time since I've had a battle with a magus of that sort of level. But that being said, that means you're in much more valuable pieces, or rather, no, more valuable assets now to my ambitions as well. Again, I will grant you access to my particular library. Just know that the books cannot be taken out of the library. You are allowed to copy some pages. Some of them, as he looks to you, Syndra, will require a fair amount of gold for, well, as one who participates in the art. You do know that they all come with cost, and not paying me directly, but rather the components and crafting.
Thank you.
It's rare that I say thank you with a genuine, heartfelt gratitude. The idea that someone from the ancient magic empire, as they would once call themselves, the chance to once again break through the 9th level spell limitations is quite fascinating.
Quite
Heavy
so.
magic had its costs. But it would be interesting to move mountains, wouldn't it?
Imagine seeing those flying cities once again. Oh, that would get your dear grandpappy rolling in his little crypt. There's almost like this joyous glee. Then he looks over to you, Tyrion. I don't mind if you slay the individual, but looks over to all of you. I don't mind if you, or rather, I would prefer that you let me look at the acquisition goods of his spell book, if it remains mostly intact.
Well, don't look at me for that one. Gestures over to Syndra. She's the one that likes that stuff.
Of course.
Good.
But
Fleck,
if that's the
you
case,
finished with the food now. Yes. He looks back at you.
I guess we'll all have to brush up on our Thrasin.
If a dragon in the disguise of a human can make such a happy smile, Yeskin is currently doing that just now. And Fleck, along with more staff members, coming in with food. As he does so, he immediately runs over, bows to Lord Ominence. Yes, sir, you called? Double the amount of food. We're here for a little celebration. Fleck kind of pauses for a moment, looks at all of you, because, again, he has not heard a single thing of what you guys just said. The children, they seem to be getting an idea what's going on, but they're also looking a little nervous toward their father, as they never actually see him smile in such a childish, happy, genuine manner. And he just looks all of you. Yes. There are we do have that large terror beast that has been made into stew. The large buffaloes that have now been converted, the venison. Yeah, serve them at least one of each. And I'm sure they can stomach whatever they can, and whatever is not eaten, we can provide that to some of the others who are in more of need of it. Yes, sir. Any other drinks for everyone? As he looks again. And Tyrion, you are closest because he is close to you. The youngest kind of leans over while keeping his eyes directly to his father, and then just says, "What did you guys do to get father so happy?"
Promised him what he wanted.
I'm actually worried what it is. And eventually, a large, over-the-top lunch is served. There is exotic meats, fruits, vegetables. It seems that at one point there's also putting dessert on the table as well. Even more drinks. And Yeskin and Monroe, they have absolutely no problem eating their food. Syndra, since you are closest, you do occasionally see Lady Monroe pick up what looks to be like a gem and just quietly munches on it on the side.
The hell?
I mean, you could roll me a nature for that if you want, or...
Nah, it's not my. I guess while we're eating, I'll kind of pipe in. Fuck, I keep fucking up the voice. Give me a minute.
That's fine. Take your
I
time.
was, quite curious, Lord Dominus, on something, if you don't mind me asking.
Ask away. I'm feeling slightly charitable at the moment.
How? Well, your Grand Library, I would assume is, as name would imply, quite grand. But I was curious if you had two books, or rather, two different stylized books, since I don't know your particular tastes.
That
The
would
first-
depend.
The first is a book on just general study of chronology, of chronergy, and how it would, and just different theorems or applications of such.
And the other?
Have you heard of an author by the name of... Give me 1 minute as I have to actually look at the name. Jumantha Dame Dezos? Oh my god, he rolled a funny number!
I know. I was like, what's the chances of him actually having gravity magic?
That's twice for Miser on the funny number.
That's just my life. It's always a weird, funny.
It's always a game of ups and downs.
Yep. Unfortunately, my ups are usually a fist giving me an uppercut, and my downs is me going onto the ground.
No, your downs are you shooting someone in the ass. Anyway.
Unfortunately, the other person that will nurse CP and end of it is not there. But alright, so investigation. He probably can't fail it at all, but wow, he almost did.
My man be like, Yo, watch me hold my beer. I'm about to fail this real hard.
You're referring to the fiction author.
Yes, I have actually one of original copies of his book, and she'll actually hold it out.
I believe it was she.
Oh, what is she now? Oh,
Yes, I'm not really that fond of such trivial books when we ourselves live as the fantasy for most creatures. Though my daughters do seem to have an interest in such books for their performances, and he looks over to his middle son in the center here, as well as my fanciful daydreaming son.
well, I completely understand. Considering the mainland I had come from, I had actually took variations of this and made it all across Faerun for a good while, till I had stopped for at least a little bit.
I haven't been to Faerun in some time, but then again, making a new territory, a new land for myself, it's one of the benefits of not having to be entirely locked down into your lair.
God. So, then you're saying you at least don't have the fictional novel, but
I might possibly have a book of the theories and applications to, I believe they call it physics, magic.
physics, temporality, depends on who you ask again.
Yes.
Pushing the subject matter.
The blunter version of it is gravity. Yes. I may have one. Again, same rules apply. You may have access to reading the books, but know that taking the books out of the library or foolishly attempting to steal them will be, well, painful.
Well, I have no reason to steal them from you and have no intent to do so. If anything, I'm more of a guest in your home, just enjoying a calm meal and listening to conversation as I write my own stories. And she kind of shows out her little book that she has on herself that she usually writes down in.
Wise little child. Also, what was intelligence rolling for?
Syndra was sitting there thinking. I have a very odd question, Eminence,
If I may
considering
provide.
their rarity.
Very well.
And I don't actually want to know or see it, to be honest, as doesn't really mean much to me at this point. It's just an odd curiosity more than anything. You didn't happen to bring a myth law with you, did you?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time for me.
Sindri goes, you didn't happen to bring a myth law with you, did you? In your hoard.
I'm surprised that has come common knowledge.
I have a very minimal amount of information on them, but, you know, flying cities do tend to garner a lot of information on lith and lore.
Sadly, I was never able to encounter such a thing as
Oh, good.
desirable as I would want to have my own flying fortress.
No, it was more worry about the amount of power that was, and as I said, he's a planner. This Ed fellow. Wanted to make sure it wasn't just that kind of weirdness.
When you start to get more advanced into your craft and exchange more into life into it, you get to see more of the stranger and overly complex planning of wizards. Especially those of, well, the caliber of myself, Ed, a few known faces. I'm sure you may have heard of Elmster and Mordenkainen.
Of course.
Let us just say that while you already begun dipping your shins and knees into the waters, once you fully go submerge and really see its depths, don't be surprised that there are more mages willing to play a very long game of cat and mouse than just simply throwing a fireball or an acid splash into the crowd. It's almost as if we were born and bred for the complexity of a plan, built on a deck of cards, or I believe the saying is a house of cards. Now, enjoy your meals. If you have any more questions, I'm more than willing to answer them to the best of my capacity if I have such answers. Speaking of, I'm surprised you five have been slightly silent, as he kind of looks over to his three sons, but then looks over to his two daughters who are still playing their music. The second daughter almost makes a trip on the notes of the keys of the piano. But I'm just gonna roll this. See if she gets back at it. Nope. She played off tune for a few seconds and then resumes playing normally. Which her answering is, "This is a lot to take in, Father. If anything, I am not as in-depth studious in the art of as you are." There's a chuckle from Ominence. And food will resume. And if no one says anything, I will take you to the next part as he takes you to his library.
Problem is, I don't have enough context to ask the right question.
Awesome. I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
No problem.
I'll be right back too. Can we take a look at just the 5?
Alright, everyone take a quick 5.
Yep, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pack my lunch for tomorrow.
Sure thing. Let me
I'll
just
be don't worry.
sure thing. I will just hit the intermission thing here. Hopefully it's not too much information dump on all you guys. I mean, if you want to talk to an ancient dragon that is very old, feel free. Welcome back, Mavis. The others are taking a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, dang it.
I know, I'm sorry. There's a lot
No,
of
it's
RP. There's a lot of RP. You want to ask any questions to the ancient, very old dragon that's pretending to be a fat man that's on the noble? Feel free to ask.
Didn't he mention, was it him that mentioned, say Dana, or is it Dinah?
Dinah.
I ask that
D-Rod.
question every time. And that's what, Akra called me? Or
Yes.
did I get that mixed? Okay.
That's what Aqua called you.
I can ask more about him to explain more about who she is.
Okay. Well, that once I get some of the others to get back, because it is a little bit more on the RP, but there's also going to be like a heavy, because they asked for a certain book, which this guy had a high chance of having it, so.
Yes.
And of course you see a. Actually, oh, that's right. You didn't really see. So yes, these guys are dragons. Which I can, since I just put the intermission thing here, I can just show his actual form because everyone saw it very briefly. that's his real form.
Ooh.
It's up here.
Large boy.
Yeah, that's his real form. It's why he's extremely wealthy and very overconfident about handling mortals and other stuff, because he's one of the top 3 strongest dragons or beings that lives in the world. But as soon as everyone comes in, we'll move on to the next. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we can do that.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. Okay, let me just hit the audio thing to continue and switch back to here.
That's the one thing that kind of sucks is like in this situation, I don't have enough context of the subject matter to say anything
That's
without getting
perfectly
fucking
fine.
pummeled into the earth.
I mean, there's also the fact that he's currently in a very good mood. Because of that information revealed, you basically made him friendly.
Here's the problem. As a character, I Oberita's pretty much blind to everything that's happening out of what they've been told. She's been told so far.
That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. But yeah, okay. So we are resuming. Sandra will drop in when ready. But you were asking a question, Mavis, to
Yes.
the chunky guy there.
Yeah. You made a remark earlier about someone named Dinah. Could you explain more about them?
Oh, I'll just roll his history because he has advantage because he did use her.
And then, just to try, Mavis is going to rip a page, like from the back of her book,
Oh
Hmm.
and
no.
write the information on it in hopes that it doesn't absorb into
The
the
book
book.
explodes.
Oh,
No!
can you roll me a d100 as you do this?
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Can I take it back? Is it too late? Because when I did my
No.
in-person session, I did something and it ended the whole thing.
That's
And
perfectly
it was
fine.
it
Just roll the
de-escalated.
d100.
Oh my
I'm
god.
just gonna roll that. I'm just gonna write that down. Okay.
Okay.
Write it down. That's actually probably one of the notes that Miser's just gonna remove from the book forever now. It's like the
That's what you
biggest.
think, but anyway, as you asked about Dinah, Almanence kind of has this all-knowing smirk on his face and just goes, "Yes, she was with a adventuring party, which, ironically, as you explained this to me, it is odd that I did not meet Ed back then, or at least even through my contacts, since, as far as I know, it was only 5 of them. Yes, it was only 5. Her, the armored individual, it was the barbarian, it was also that wild man, and yes, the cleric of Bahamut. Kind of says it with a little disdain in his voice. Strange. Some of those clerics who seem to claim that they are able to detect evil and the like couldn't even tell that I was right in front of them. Simple, misleading spell, and they can't even seem to find their own shoes. But returning back to Dania, a skilled archer. I doubt there would really be any that could match her. She was also skilled at hunting. I believe she also was under the tutelage of a certain elf family. I think it was the Decentra. He kind of thinks about it. I think it was a Andorma Decentra.
God damn it.
I don't quite recall since I don't really pry too much into, well, the lives of those that don't have any real matters to me in the form of the art or things that of my immediate interest. However, going back to Denia and her little Quintro, as he pauses to think about how to elegantly speak. They were useful to me, provided me services of handling Cult of the Dragon cells and squads, little campments. Especially since, well, as I mentioned before, while we may share same colors and the like, our interests were not in alignment and they were more of a hindrance to me. Thus, I gave some useless information to Dinia and her companions, mostly to find a dragon mask. As he is drinking a tall glass of this dark brownish liquid. They succeeded, and thankfully it was the red dragon mask. Heavens forbid that I would actually have to hear someone trying to beckon me to obey them or heed their pleas. That being said, I also gave them a few tips here and there of certain temples and cult gatherings. But never once had I heard that they had a magus in their group. I almost felt pity for them that they had only a cleric who, despite being a cleric of Bahamut, he was quite short-sighted and very easily excitable. As far as for any other personal information, I never dwelled that deep into her personal life.
Oh, that's plenty of information. Thank you. And she had written little notes on that scrap piece of paper.
As you do this, you realize that the notes don't disappear.
Oh no.
Okay.
Um.
They
Oh
stay
shoot.
right there. In fact, the reason I had you roll that D100 is because the ripped out page, the ripped out seams start to straighten out to become a full sheet of paper.
What the fuck?
What is this? She'll fold it and put it away.
Do I see her doing
And-
this? Cause
And
like,
still check on the book, like make sure the real book is good.
Oh my god.
You open up the book?
Like, huh?
You open up the book? I'm just asking. This is a genuine question.
Oh. Say it one more time.
You open up the book to check the part you ripped.
Yeah, but like discreetly.
Okay. So, if you're curious, Oberina, because you do have your ability to sense emotions and all that stuff, you may roll me a perception at disadvantage. But to get to the book, you see that the page that you ripped out, that ripped out page, as you turn your eyes from it for a while, or at least for that brief moment, that ripped out page is back in the book.
Is it blank?
It's blank.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, that seemed to work.
Just a bit. Oh god. Question, Miser, since I am close to Mavis as well, is my pocket still heating up from the thing?
Nope, not anymore.
Oh, thank God. I'm curious as well, Low Ominence, if you've ever seen a symbol like this, just to help shed some insight. I have an inkling on what it might be, and she'll kind of like slide her necklace down the table towards him. Or like hand it to anyone that's near and then depends on like
Fleckbull, You see Almonds kind of ring a bell, and Fleck, the ever attentive butler, comes out. He looks ominous. He gestures towards your direction.
Okay.
He runs immediately over to you.
I'll hand him the necklace that was in my pocket, just to look at.
Okay. He placed the necklace on the tray. He goes to it. And Almonds takes a look at it, and I'm just gonna roll his Arcana.
God damn it. The man rolls a 4 and barely misses. You know, because I'm feeling kind of, just for the sake of the lulz, I'll give him party inspiration.
Okay. Roll it then.
Alright, that's, I think, a D8. Yeah, it's a D8. She'll kind of look at him and like, I do, fucking keep slipping back. I do apologize if I am unwilling to learn myself, so I thought I would pass it on to someone who is more knowledgeable in facts of these. Come on, D8. Alright, that is a 29.
Oh. That's what happens when you put an ancient, powerful dragon of one of the top 3 monsters in the whole world in front of you guys.
Yeah, just ask him everything.
Not everything. He doesn't know every single little thing. But anyway, he looks at it, looks at you, looks at the necklace again as he picks it up and looks at the symbol. And then he just chuckles, almost in a dark amusement. Oh, child. Do you not even know what this is? Wait, let me guess. As he looks over to his children, I don't suppose either of you have seen this symbol in those trashy fiction novels that you read.
Hold it up, has the same fucking symbol on it. She showed him the book, so he would have noticed that as well. Unless...
He just heard, from his angle, he just heard the
okay. I didn't know like how long the table was. Like,
it's long. And
okay.
even with his superior eye vision, the moment you mentioned the name, it's like, oh, fiction, right? It's not a magic book. I'm not interested.
Man doesn't give a shit. Understandable. Have a nice day.
It's like, oh, you talk about fiction, look at me. I'm basically the the embodiment of fantasy and fiction.
Nothing says prideful like a man up his own ass.
Well, in this case, he's a great worm. So.
Oh, he's definitely got his own tail up his own ass. Then anyway.
Yes. Anyway, he stops for a moment. And is like, As he shows this to his children, all 3 of them says that, no, not in our book, at least not in our copy. Especially, Crescia simply adds, yes, I believe the copies we own don't have a symbol on them.
First edition book then.
As Almonds kind of chuckles, places it back on the tray. Return it to her. Yes, sir. As Fleck runs over, passes it, or presents a tray to you. I'm
She'll
surprised
grab
you're not dead yet.
Okay.
That is an old rune. Designed to, well, siphon the soul.
You know, that makes a lot of sense actually now that I think about it.
Yes, you haven't given it a full runic writing, or rather designated its programming. Thus, it just simply siphons small bits and pieces.
Perhaps like, I don't know, emotions?
Possibly. Emotions are part of the soul.
Oh, I hate that so much. God damn it, Miser.
And let me just do a quick
Um, fuck. You know, while I'm here, we're kind of eating. I'll kind of ask, do you mind while I'm sitting here as well, just eating, if I just cast a little spell? It's nothing too big, just to make sure. Look at the few objects I have in my person, just to check something about them. Just wanted to make sure I know that you
Hands
are aware.
gestures. Go ahead.
So I will ritual cast this because I actually grabbed this because I figure we might need it. I'm gonna
Oh.
do that to my book because I technically haven't done that to the
Hmm.
book that I have.
Let me read that very carefully.
It's if a magical item or other source of magic you learn about its properties. So technically speaking, even if the object itself isn't magical, but it has other magical properties inside of it, then it would still let me know how many charges or anything or any spells are affecting the item.
Okay, but just to give you an update of that particular page.
Hey, that makes a lot of sense now that Ed has that fucking everywhere.
Yes, I just added to the copied rune, but now it's just its actual identity since you just talked to a very end game magic user. Like, oh yes, this is an ancient rune. It's basically soul. And so, what purpose does it do? Well, you didn't give it purpose. It's just there.
It's fine.
But as you cast identify on the book does not ping any sort of identification or information to your head.
That's fine.
The rune does,
Oh
but
no.
I do need you to roll me
What?
Arcana,
Oh, what? Sorry.
Arcana, because information is going into your head right now.
I just took someone's soul. God damn it.
The information is hard to process, but it seems that there's more to this rune than, well, meets your current eyes at the moment.
So, just so I know, for this, the book itself isn't, but the cover with this specific rune on seems to have some sort of magical property that I can't
Yes.
assess right now. Okay. Oh, this is great. I have acquired a book with a rune on it, and it seems to have the same property. Ugh.
I suppose the joke would be that you have a first edition book.
Yes, it was given to me by my mother before she had left.
Interesting. And as I'm just gonna roll this for him because he's now investigating your nature. 'Cause,
I'm very nature attuned.
uh,
Yay! Oh my god.
yeah, I'm rolling.
This man rolls a 2 and like, ah yes, a 21. What exactly is he trying to pick apart? Just so
He's discerning your actual nature
I
as
think
your racial nature, basically. Because he was immediately going to say an elf, but he stops for a brief moment. I suppose your mother was the other half.
yes, it was. Or she was. Bleh, words.
Hmm. Is she still among the living?
As far as I'm aware, my father said she was when she left. I haven't met her in my travels in over at least 100 some years, maybe 200.
Interesting. Then I suppose it's not too much of a risk to yourself or anyone around you to hold on to that. And it might be best to ask her directly.
I mean, if I were to ever find her, unless she had somehow fallen into this place, or had come to, rather.
I suspect most intriguing beings tend to find their way here, if my city is not enticing enough.
You wouldn't happen to know of any vampire clans around there, would you?
I believe you can find your answer in Rashakan.
Oh, good. I was looking to, from what I had heard from different, what were they? People around this city, that it was a little bit of a rich playground.
It
From what
is. It is also the one that has given me the most in their tithe.
The most what? Sorry.
Basically, their tribute to him.
Huh. That would make sense, Lord Dominance. And I do apologize for partial my ignorance. I have not seen many of your ilk outside of. Oh God, it's been so long since I've talked to dragons and the like.
Well, I'm sure most of my ilk tend to be hard to approach when they tend to fall into the stereotype. But then again, that's a lot of the young ones. As he says, as he kind of looks at his 3 sons that are, well, they have been looking across a lot, especially the middle son, who's been eyeing on all 4 girls and doing his best to ignore Tyrannin, while the youngest has been whispering here and there to Tyrannin, trying to figure out who or what Tyrannin really is. The
Thankfully,
oldest son just kind of blatantly ignoring you all.
thankfully, I had met another bard amongst my travels that had at least taught me your tongue, so if there were to be other conversations, I could at least understand. Supposedly, he said he was of some weird vampire cult as well.
There are
My
many.
turn. I think you know who I'm going for.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway. Well, Ominous kind of just shrugs a little bit, or rather very dismissive shrug. Cults, religions, faiths, clans, well, clans are actually more stable than the cults and the zealot followers or conclaves. That being said, all the leaders of the other outposts were selected directly by me, which is why hearing these particular problems arising now does irk me, and learning the fate of my, well, I suppose one could call him my right hand, Sir Richard. It's a bit of an annoyance to have to replace him. But again, if you're that interested in looking for your heritage, or at least those of your purer strands, Rashakan is your best bet. He looks over to Syndra, then to Tyrannin. I don't suppose you mind taking that one with you, since you had brought her here.
No.
As long as
Don't
she
please.
proves useful.
Oh,
The song
she...
and dance isn't a little bit useful, she says with a smirk.
Oh, I believe she would be most useful. Now, since all of our questions have been answered, I believe you need access to a certain book. Follow me, and I'm just gonna... As he gets up, he takes you all to his private library.
I like this image.
Hmm?
I said I like this image.
I went through so many Pinterest.
I can imagine just finding like a fucking something that made like just had that like air of dignity to it, but look not tacky.
Exactly. Now let's just place him right here because he's gonna take this place to sit.
Also, thank God we finally have someone to cast Identify. So now Syndra can look at all the things and I can tell it what it does. We did it, boys.
All right. Just
Oh
you
yeah,
run.
book learning.
Give me
So,
your
as
dumb
you
paper words.
So as you enter, you do see a well-organized library, and in the center, this large globe, which all of you, even the non-magic users, can feel energy pulse from it. And those closer, Syndra and Mavis, you hear a faint heartbeat.
As Arizel joined.
I mean, Mavis and Syndra.
I know, it's just funny that it was timed right when you say they hear a faint heartbeat. Badoop.
Yeah. Because Arizel has such a high passive, so it's like, oh, right. She has that super high passive along with Mavis.
I'll get there one day. I have a 15 actually.
Yeah.
Get
So
there.
he pulls out the book, and let me get his treasury. And he places it onto the desk for all of you to look at. And then he just looks to you, especially to you, Tyrion, and to Syndra. Just so you know, it's best to read this book with an open mind. There is much to it that, well, let us just say they are very eye-opening. And it is a heavy book.
Oh my god.
There is a lot.
Holy shit.
I was not kidding when I was saying that I was busy.
Miser's like, oh yes, I see you wanted the graphic novel edition. Allow me to type this up.
And mind you, I haven't even finished the whole darn book writing the
Yeah,
whole
I
thing.
know, which scares me.
But Syndra, Tyrion, this book lands with a loud thump. And Ominence kind of sits back, looking quite pleased with himself. To think that there's only one copy of such a book. Imagine how much money I can make, or how many zealotry enemies I can make by just simply announcing some of the truths of this book.
Ah, fuck. Man, if only Adaria was alive.
Yeah, if only.
I saw the one thing that would have been like, yeah.
Well, this may give us some insight on what our adversary is planning.
I am sure some of you might be interested in other books, as he slides out and starts making his way to the books here, but instead of using the ladder or anything to go pick up those books, he just points at some of them, and some of them start appearing close to his hands. He gives everyone a look over, first to you, Oberina. I suppose you're the type who would be looking for stories and fictional stuff. What about books on food? They usually are a good way to entice people.
Ah, you know, I would, but that's not my. It's not my thing. Don't really cook myself. If anything, I had other people make meals for me. I just play them a little ditty, and they'd offer to pay food for me.
I suppose something a bit more soul enlightening might work. As if he was just leading you on for that conversation.
Motherfucker. I hate you, Miser.
This is a great worm dragon you're dealing with. They're
Oh,
not
I know, he's a
stupid.
colic.
Very.
I was still curious if it could at least peruse the physics book if you still had it on hand.
Yes, I should have it around here. As he kind of starts looking through. Let me get it. Because there's an image. Where is it?
No problem.
Because DM did bad move and he put everything in Treasury of the Inferno and not just separate library to
Oh
Treasury.
no! I know that feeling.
Yep.
Holy shit, we have a lot of items now that I look at it.
I'm guessing I got the others really deep reading at the brief moment.
I was
Yeah.
I like sped read most of it, honestly. It's really interesting. I don't know the context for a lot of it though, sadly.
That's perfectly fine. Admittedly, when I did this, I was like, oh man, I might just drop people's brains on this.
Yes, my favorite, reading. No, I get that though. Let's get us. The hell is a hellish menu? Oh wait, never mind. I didn't know what that is.
Oh, you saw the other book?
No, I was just looking through some of the other items. I actually,
Ah, here it is.
the other book, is it just in treasures or because I accidentally closed?
Yeah, hold on. I had to share. Come on. There we go.
Okie dokie.
But you see, I didn't do crazy context stuff, so I just put like book contains this or book contains that.
Oh shit, do we still have that item? I was just looking through our shit.
Which item?
The fucking red young gold piece. I forget who has that.
That was at Aria.
Oh, whoops.
So yes.
Yeah, technically it's our bag.
There you go. That is the as he presents a black book.
Book of Gravity and Pain. You know, I'm not surprised at all that this fucking man has this.
Like I said, I went more ham into the Book of the World because that's actually a very key plot book more
Yeah,
than the other stuff. So
No. I completely understand that like any offshoot is like, oh yes, 2 sentences, good. Book of the World. Here's like my high school my high school college, whatever.
thesis.
Yeah, dissertation of how the book works and everything that's in it.
Yes. So as you guys are reading the full contents of the Book of the World, Yeskin kind of just sits down in his chair. I don't suppose a lot of you are into more magic inclined books, or I suppose almanacs and the like.
I don't think many of them are.
Yes. I took most of you as the hack and slash sort of adventurers like Dina. Well, most adventures I've encountered were tending to be like that.
Oh, so
But-
that is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, but to those that are interested in looking into the books, there are other books in the library, but I'm not going to just simply show them all to everyone. You have to actually see if you can find something on that book. Because this particular dragon hunts magic books, as far as you guys can tell, and
Well,
he's got a library full of them.
magic books are not my forte, outside of what I have pictured.
All right, so as that's happening, for those who wish to continue reading, you may. Ominence looking quite giddy for the whole fact that he's having fun with you guys now, and that's something that might spell problems for those that are not dragons. He says,
Yay.
well, if any of you are interested, I am going to head to the armory to admire my new piece. If any of you are interested in following. Again, like any noble, but worse because this is a dragon. He is now quite literally showing off his manner.
Oh yes. the
Tyrannon's
man
head
has
snaps
one.
up from the book.
The man has a cannon. Fucking-
Syndra's just like, if you don't mind, unless there's something interesting up there, I'll just appreciate the library.
That's
not
fine.
Not a fan of the armory. It's up to the dragon man. No, this probably be Miser, is the world book in the
Yeah, it's in the it's not in the items. It's actually if you go to the NPCs, Port City Manzato,
oh god.
to the
okay.
nobility, it's called Treasury of the Inferno. I'll just do another show.
Yeah, I had it. Thank you. I actually just found it when you said it too.
Yeah, because he is not giving that book to you.
Oh, I don't expect to get this book. That man will kill us, or the book will kill us before we even walk out of this building.
One or the other, yes. All right, let me just get Mr. Yeskin because he is just absolutely filled with joy and happiness of well, now he gets to show off a little bit. And Tyrannon, you would know. Well, actually, Syndra would also because of dragon type and kind. Some dragons really do love to show off. And yes, the man, Syndra, well, I would say as Arizel will know too, but not here. Oh, wait, he did show up.
I am here.
Yeah,
I'm
just
so
chilling in the
sorry.
chat.
Holy shit. I've been busy with the new puppy, so.
No worries, no worries. So here's the thing. So just to get
Cool.
you up to speed real quickly, they're talking to Ominence. They also found out about the Book of the World, which there's a big text of information on that one. Syndra is currently in the library reading, and Ominence feeling very arrogant dragon show off mode, wants to show off his armory. So everyone is where Tyrann is currently at, and why is there you go. Or at least those that decide to go follow him with the armory.
I'll probably stay in the library. I have no real reason to. I'm not really interested in weaponry. Not my MO.
Okay, what about Mavis? Are you sticking?
Still deciding. I will probably I'll probably stay in the library.
Okay. As as Yeskin is leaving the library with the with Tyrannon and Arizel, he does look to the remaining three of you, and to those that will stay. You are free to travel through the manor. Just know that many of the things here are protected and warded. So, Yeskin makes his way up to here, and as you guys are proceeding through, you can roll investigations or whatnot, which you ever want to do when looking at the stuff that he has, or even asking questions as he places the scale bane as his centerpiece right there.
You said investigation?
If you want investigation or perception, if you're looking
Okay.
for right now, you just know that the sword that was brought in to show proof of Sir Raid / Richard is no more. Ooh, wow. Okay, so going with investigation first. Tyrion, you see some really shiny objects in here and here. And only because they're extremely shiny. The first one you see is this, and I'm see if I can do a. Will this work? No, that's not it. Shift click. There we go. I think that worked. You guys see it or
Nothing happened.
crack?
Might be on the wrong layer.
No, it's not on the wrong layer. It's just me being dumb DM with controls. Anyway, so the first thing you do see is a sword, and I'll just show the players because again, this guy I roll for all of his things. It glows with nice writings on it.
Oh.
Look how
Oh my-
pretty.
For killing me. We have the weapon to kill Ed.
Oh god.
Why do I feel like I get along with this sword?
Roll me a
Or
wisdom save.
Oh, Darren, no.
6.
Oh my
You
god.
hear a voice in your head that does not belong to anyone you know, not even your mother, and it just says, "You are cursed."
And?
Let us kill the one that played the curse on you. Such spiteful magic.
You are cursed. Kill the one that. Yeah, thanks. I gotta live.
Man, I really wish I owned you now.
Also, on the other box, you see this here.
Ooh.
Oh my god. That's actually
gorgeous.
really
What does it
nice.
do?
Is that? Fuck.
Now, going with Arizel's investigation. Actually, I should ask, but what exactly are you looking at specifically, or like what kind of goods are you aiming to look at?
Honestly, he's kind of like bouncing between some of the ones that are just like on this row.
Hmm.
So she's just kind of looking at some of these cases right here. These 3.
Okay, so with that high investigation roll, you do see a complimentary jewelry piece, and also something here that looks interesting. But going with the jewelry piece first, you see this.
My god.
And even though you are not a natural, well, a trained magic user, you do feel power coming from that crown. And
Oh boy.
you also see this.
Look how pretty.
I mean, you're literally in the treasury of a dragon, so he's going to show off like a real show off will.
Tyrion's gonna pipe up. Where'd you get this and what does it do? the
Let me
sword.
just show all right, let me just show the last thing that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. The last thing that RSL you do see is a vibrant green axe.
A vibrant green axe.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Why does that look like an item from LOL?
I want to say Heroes of the
I-
Storm.
I don't know. I found some really nice looking items and things that a dragon would own just to show off of his power.
I can't believe he has the axe of the Emerald Knight. Now he just needs to call Gawain. Oh wait, I just made a dumb joke that actually. God damn it!
What?
Nothing. I just realized there is actually a fucking Emerald Knight in this campaign.
Uh-huh.
God
I
Uh-huh.
know.
damn it.
I picked
Yeah.
it up. I was just trying to see if I get a confirmation on that. But Ominence looking quite blissfully happy of himself. Says, the runic cutter. I believe I picked it up from one of my travels in another crystal sphere. Belonged to some mage slayer. Had the audacity to use it to cut the wards in my temporary lair. Was quite impressed that weapon survived my flame breath. The owner not so much.
It still seems real angry.
As you say that, the voice says, "The mage dragon of fire. I will taste your blood one of these days."
Yeah, and I choose life, so I'm gonna try to cut the connection.
Okay. You can just roll me a wisdom saving throw.
I'll fail again, but
Yeah, thanks,
Go.
but no
I got
thanks.
it.
3.
Oh my god, Jeebus, you're getting worse.
It just sounds like it's getting louder, and it's just like it's ignoring you in a way that you hear its voice, but it's now like focused on Yeskin, and he clearly seems to be completely and utterly oblivious, or rather, he's probably just ignoring the damn thing and just looks at it. There's this look of dominating smile on his face, and it says,
Is
"Yes,
this
well,
cannon real? Is it here?
yes."
I mean, that's a distraction. Tyrion turns around. What is that?
I believe that is well, here in these particular parts, they would call it a cannon. However, this one in particular is well, irony of it all, is a rune cannon. You know how people, or at least how the mages want to use their fireball and send it farther than most, or certain spells at a flying velocity. So this one particular realm that I had visited, mostly of high seas, little lands, but plenty of ships. Their mages, well, not as refined in the art, they decided to craft certain runes to their cannons and fire elemental shots into their opponents. Quite devastating if you were not a dragon or elemental. But, well, one just so happened to have misfired and shot me for no reason. So, in exchange for their lives, they let me abscond with it so I can study it more, as well as a hefty sum for some of the damage scales I had to endure.
How pragmatic. I'd have eaten them.
Well, as he does a little cough of, their bones do tend to get a little stuck if you don't chew properly.
One of the first things you learn when you strike out on your own.
Yes, especially when you were starting to build a transportable horde of your own. All the various magic tools. And Daggeroth is still withering away in his crypt. But I suppose that is the advantage of immortality. As he walks over, passes by, and then he looks at a mantle in this particular case.
Ooh.
It's very beautiful. Shiny, even.
I don't
Yeah,
think
sure.
that's mine.
Thanks.
I even encountered an individual that supposedly was able to cross between the various realms and even. I believe they call it interstellar travel. Quite a fancy word. As he continues moving.
Why is the
onward.
idiot here?
Because the smart people decided to do the smart people thing and read.
Fucking
Yeah,
nerds.
pretty much. Ari just likes looking at all the cool little artifacts.
Yeah.
Here's the
Tyrion
problem.
likes the shiny stuff.
Here's the problem. I don't want any of this, and it means nothing to my character at all.
Just wait until like there's a flute to fuck everything.
Yes, I would love a flute of haste, but I don't think I'm gonna find it in this man's hoard and can take.
Fuck you, it's mine.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. Also, he gestures to the case over here, and I believe this one was a fine polished armor.
Ooh.
Okay, that I was gonna say that definitely looks like a little item, and then I see illustrator at the bottom.
Yeah, like I said, I found stuff to all artists and artistes who have their stuff here illustrated. Thank you, and I apologize for not thoroughly going to give everyone credit, but you all deserve the credit because there's no way I could have done this by myself. But
I like the star in the middle.
yes, I believe it belonged to some holy knight. That being said, speaking of stars, as he steps to here, I do have a nice particular view of the world. Step closer, boy.
And Tyrion looks out the window.
That's terrifying.
And then standing where I am standing.
Oh.
Aaron's like licking the window. It's
Walk
like, no,
Up
back.
Yeah.
the window.
Arizel, do you go or?
We'll stand behind Kieran by about 5 feet.
That's perfectly where you need to be.
Great.
So let me just get to the, as he switches it, or rather, you hear a click. It moves you to his other particular spot that he wants to show off.
Huh? What?
Of
Oh
course.
god.
Oh
God
god, did
damn
we
it.
just teleport?
Damn.
Yes, you all just teleport it.
I really wish Adaria was still alive.
That's why I didn't. That's why I was so sad.
Yeah. God damn it.
Oh,
I mean, Arizel, Tyrion, you could probably consider who might really enjoy seeing the scene, but you are in a looks to be like a.
what are you talking about? Arizel has no idea who that would be.
I do.
Yeah, I thought buys a retcon that.
Oh,
No.
Mobby.
Yeah. Oh wait, we're con. What?
That Ari doesn't remember. Adaria at all?
Oh no! I gave her the advantage thing because I remember she had that long talk with Adaria.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like, oh wait, that'd be a bit wrong.
Literally poured out my emotions to her and then jumped in the water and almost killed myself. So, God, I hope.
But yeah,
Wow.
yeah, that's probably the highest level of, well, dimensional workings with magic that I have learned over the past century.
You know, I tried to fly up here once. Well, not here, but just to see how high I could go.
Yes, there is slightly a bit difference if you don't have enough magic to power your body to go through the particular veils.
Yeah, I passed
And-
out.
It does get exhausting if you're not strong enough. But I can assure you, some parts of the strange cosmos or beyond it, it is breathable, if not irritably cold. I hope your fellow bookworms.
Can I look for that constellation that Adaria kept pointing at?
You can certainly try.
Guessing perception?
Yes.
Eh.
You could use it. I was gonna say you could use these two spells to get advantage.
Eh. Hey!
Oh there we go. We did it.
That's what I was saying. It's
Right.
like you see there's telescopes there. You do see it at a far off distance. And I need you to roll me a d100 now.
Oh shit, she's back.
70.
Wow, we're really treading like that line for the funny number today.
Very treading. So you do see the fading dragon in the distance. It looks almost fading out.
Ominous, do you have any idea what that could mean? And he like leaves the telescope where it is and gestures towards the fading dragon. I know it's called the fading dragon, but is it supposed to actually be fading?
I do not know, honestly. I don't dabble too much in the constellations. I'd already dealt with the annoyances of star spawn, followers of outer realms, and well, when you learn that you're not the only kind of dragon out there, some information tends to be just wasted time or moot.
I can understand that.
As for any information about the fading dragon, as he kind of walks over here now, as far as I know, okay. Sindra, I'm going to need you to roll me. I'm going to need. Okay, hold on. Let's just finish this here because my brain's all over the place now.
We're
Alright.
just casually conversing on what I know versus what I don't know.
That's perfectly fine. All right. So finishing up with Ominence, and then I'll switch scenes. He simply adds, "Yes, well, as far as I know, with the fading dragon, I had the suspicion that it might be an astral dragon or one of the astral dreadnoughts that would exist. Sadly, it is not." But as far as I know, it has some sort of link with the far realms. And if what I understand correctly, might have something to do with your cult of the stars.
That would make sense. The one that was most tied to them would constantly stare at that one for some reason.
All right, as do a quick shift, and I just want to check on something. So, as Ominence takes some of the others to the. Wait, this and everything else are here. Okay, so Syndra, Mavis, and Oberina.
Mhm.
If you're looking for particular books, I will need investigation.
I guess it's more so just her listening to like. I guess while Cinder's looking for. Oh my god.
Fuck!
Are you okay?
I think I
Okay.
Google,
just
did
died
someone hurt you
inside.
today?
Lord.
Did someone
I
hurt
think I
you
just.
today?
I have not rolled as many nat ones, and on this.
Oh man.
Gonna
I
be alright.
maybe's whoever that is. She's not
Maybe
looking.
her French cousin.
She's not looking for any particular book, so she'll help Syndra find what she needs to find.
I'll give
All
you
right.
bardic
I will
inspiration.
help.
Yeah.
Yes.
What am
I'll
I
give her.
rolling? Investigation. I
Um.
will laugh so hard.
Okay. I will give you guys between Syndra and Mavis, since Mavis does have proficiency in investigation.
I
Um.
don't.
Oh, you don't. I missed that part. Thought I saw it there. That was my fault then, as a dumb DM. Anyway. All right. So then, Mavis, you will have to roll investigation on your own. You can give Syndra aid. Syndra, I will let you have one more roll because you know what you're looking for, and
I shit you not. I was looking
I
for
was
another one.
I think I died inside.
I'm gonna say, Oberina, you can give bardic inspiration.
Sandra, go ahead. You're probably gonna need it. D8 then. So if you want to roll it, I'm not gonna roll for you because I feel like I know. Oh my god, Moogle.
Okay, so
You're never
Literally
meant
waiting
to
for
I'm
it to
not
find
be a
us.
Moogle. My
one.
name's Jeebus. Hi.
okay, okay. So let's go with let's go lowest to highest. So, Syndra, you realize that there is a lot of magic books here. It's going to be very hard to actually, and also the other thing that's a little annoying is that it seems like these books are all worded in a way that they only follow the command of Ominence when he calls upon the books, or at least when he gestured to one book, it came to him. And you tend to follow the similar manner, but they didn't react at all. But yet, when you touch the books, nothing happened. They just come out as you pull it. And with the 14, roll me a d4. Okay. That would be. Oh. So you found this book at the current moment.
I mean, weird. God apparently has something for just Adoria now that she's not here.
Well, why do you think I was so adamant, but yet I went with it?
I feel so bad. I guess while she's looking around,
Um,
kind of grabbing
Yes.
upside.
And then also now going with Mavis investigation, because you did get the words of what Syndra is looking for, or at least things that she might be aiming for. You don't find a tome of or certain tomes, but you do find something interesting, considering a lot of the conversation has been.
No, hold on.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me.
I just left the game.
Uh-oh.
I like left click or I right clicked and then I went to move and it hit back.
It's
Can
alright.
you reopen that for me, please?
Yes,
So-
I will.
I'm guessing since you're not finding what you're looking for, you have time for a little bit of a story. She'll kind of just plop her ass on the desk. Not to like disturb any of the paperwork there, but just kind of like as a makeshift seat.
There's no paperwork on that desk.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. I was just going by the image, so that is my bad.
No worries, no worries. There's just only that one book, which is the Book of the World in the center. And why is
Yep, no
keep
problem.
putting this thing here? That's why it's making those little dumb dots there.
I mean, at least give me some background, and now that we have time, while Taryn and their second mates kind of go running around mansion, so to speak.
Oh, also, Mavis, roll me a d4.
Okay.
You also get a 4. Nice. What books are left on number 4?
Jesus.
Oh.
Oh, I don't like that sound.
Huh. Right. Well, you rolled it. I'm gonna go with it. You find a very funny looking shaped book.
Oh my fucking god!
There we go. This is the exact book we need.
You know, yes, but no.
Yes, but no. Probably not.
That's why I had to look for a brief moment. I was like, oh, okay.
To kind of go back, Miser. Oh my god, Moogle!
Shit! Buddy, no!
What the fuck is my life?
What the fuck, dude?
Miser, since Sandra told me all that, how much does... I guess I would have to roll. Does Omarina know about the Red Foxes or the Cult of the Stars?
You
from
have
what I'm-
advantage. You have advantage on Red Fox. There'll be a normal flat roll for Cult of Stars.
History?
Yes.
Alright, this is for the Foxes. That kind of makes sense. And this is for the Cult of the Star. I saw the 8, or I saw the 20 and got excited for a minute. So 2
Okay.
14s.
So, for the Foxes, you got most of the general common information. Thieves, criminal organization, definitely like to kidnap people. They're definitely heavy on both drug and human trafficking. They tend to really target exotic races. As for the Cult of the Stars, some crazy religious, or at least some fanaticism about cosmology and some sort of being from the stars.
Yeah. I've never had to deal with any of the Foxes, had I?
No, at least as far as you have been keeping, you always kept in public areas, so they couldn't quite grab you, and you understood that their MO was to grab isolated people who are not in a public area.
Yes, but for the most of my knowledge, I've never had to deal with any of these fanatic cults or the Foxes running around with their tails behind their legs. Knew of them, but wasn't really anything to deal with me. Well, have you recovered from your another nat one?
Mogo, what was your insight for if I had to ask?
The insight should have been an intelligence because clearly insight was a failure. But
Okay,
Syndra's got a weird theory going. You know what? I'm just gonna roll intelligence for her because. Thank you.
This is not my fault.
Yes, it is. Shut up.
These are your rolls. Take them back.
No, I don't want them.
I've never seen something this tilted before.
That's.
And of all
I
places,
have rolled I have rolled just as many ones as I think Jeebus did the other night. So
Anyway, go on.
Sin kind of stops for a moment after seeing the two books, especially the custom golem creation one. I have a really bad feeling all of a sudden. And she's looking through the Tomb of Custom Golem Creation. How much of it is like Ed stuff?
Roll me a D100.
Oh no.
I'm gonna laugh so hard.
I am too.
And also, while you're at it, roll me investigation at advantage because you do know how to handle books.
Do you not know how to open and turn the pages?
No, it's for another reason, and I'll explain why. 18. Okay.
Oh my god. Cool.
So, you know what you're looking for. You're going through this book. And a couple of things do pop in mind. There is certain things that look almost similar, or rather the creation method, as in the mixture of necromancy, conjuration, and transmutation.
Is there an author for it?
With your investigation, you look at it, look for the author. That's the weird thing. The author's name, and let me get that document. 1 second. Here we go. You do have a name. Let me just do a quick copy paste. As the author goes by name of Teddy Nagia Hosiam.
Oh, you gotta be. Does this man really have no shame whatsoever?
Yeah, that's when Sin like closes the book and she just gets like the most pissed off look on her face.
I'm beginning to think this man has written every magic book in existence at this point.
She walks
Actually-
over, opens the Enlightened Soul one. Who's the
Yeah.
author?
Investigation at advantage.
Miser, how many acronyms did you fucking write for these?
You don't want to know.
That's what I'm afraid of. You know the worst part is this literally started as Jeebus is like, hey, Miser, here's a wizard for my backstory, and now it's evolved into this.
So you gotta know the name, but there's an initial. But it's Medea D. Samags.
I swear to fucking Christ. Wait. You know, one thing that I am actually curious about. Are we sure that Edward is male, from what I can tell? Or rather, he creates different variations of different genders. From what I was told, and she'll put down her book, which also has Ed's fucking anagram on it. The author of this book, and it being the original copy, is also a woman, meaning that. Oh god. Also, I have another thing. Did she tell Oberyn about the Soulflower or the Moon Tear and like what? Okay, I wanted to make that very clear.
No, Sin has made sure it's there, has taken it and put it in her stuff, and has not talked about it since.
How exactly did you plan on stopping Edward if there are multiple variations, as you had said, over across multiple? Because in order to do that, at least from temporal physics standpoint, you would have to literally break reality to make sure he was always a central point.
Well, that's how you defeat a wizard in the first place.
I mean, there are easier ways to defeat the wizard. Just take their book out of their hands.
No, there's not. Any wizard of his quality has probably about 100 clone spells already sitting around waiting, just in case somebody actually did happen to stab him. On top of that, he's a time wizard. He probably has contingencies and greater contingencies.
Does he have like an 1,000-year-old dragon as well?
I'm starting to think that there's a lot of things here going on.
You know,
Also, pretty sure.
Go on. Oh,
As you're as you say that, Syndra, heading back to the the planetarium. Yeskin, well, Ominence, again, with the cockiness of a dragon, because he's showing off his own way. He's showing off his hoard. Also, Arizel, for as you look for the familiar planets and stars, you do see quite a few, but you also see a lot of things you've never seen before.
I like staring at them in awe, just looking at all of this, just because it's so cool to see. She's never really seen a huge planetarium like this. It's like, this is cool. And she's just kind of mesmerized right now.
Oh yeah, and again, with the arrogance of a dragon, Ominence just goes, "Ah, yes, this took a while to craft with some knowledge that I've gleaned from the various astronomers that were kind enough to provide some aid for me to travel to other realms and realities."
Looks amazing. What's that up there? Kind of points at the big thing that's up here.
That is a how to explain this in the most layman of terms. Think of it as a constellation map or solar map. Something of the large globe is more or less the center, and the other smaller planets go around it in a circular pattern. I recall one of the temporary wizards that were under my employ mentioned something about planets alignment and eventually something of a interesting thing that would happen. So far, I've only seen it aligned once.
Is it getting close to another one?
As far as you can see, kind of. They're lining up. You can roll me an investigation at advantage since you asked exactly what you are looking for.
uh,
From the looks of it, it looks like it's lining up this way.
well, it looks. Look at here, and he's just like he goes and stands like right here. It's pretty much lined up, almost from here.
Yes, from the looks of it, it seems like it'll be. How did they hadn't explained which months moved with which? I'm just gonna roll his own intelligence, or rather his yes, it should be ready, fully aligned within 4 months, roughly. Give or take a week.
I'm gonna guess some weird magic stuff is gonna happen, like planarly.
Yeah, so last time it was about, I believe it was 600 years ago when the last those things were fully aligned. Some stuff had happened. I was mostly enjoying a good long rest.
Well, hopefully, if that's the case, we can use that to our advantage against Ed. He may have some issues with having his extra selves around during that time.
Ah, yes, I'm still... He kind of pauses. As if really thinking about it. I suppose this will be the fun of doing some research. I will do some investigating of my own. Allow me to show you one of my more personal favorite... What did you call them? Treasuries. As he begins to descend further down.
Tiernan just kind of scampers down the stairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. And you don't feel the sensation of teleporting because it's a weird, it's not, you don't feel a weird sensation, but you do know you seem to have just stepped through a door. And you find yourselves here, because again, dragons like to show off. And you're all down here. And again, just walking in a jovial pace. Yes, here are some of my more exquisite collections, and perhaps my greatest trophy of them all, my once arch rival.
Can I tell what color of a dragon that used to be?
Oh yeah, you can just roll me a nature advantage.
What the fuck? What is this?
Okay,
I
so
see you've
those are
stolen my
brutal
role.
rolls.
Shit.
I love
I'm
this
nervous.
campaign today.
This is great.
Our
Jeebus,
mom.
this is what it feels like to be winning.
I don't like it.
Oh, we know that tomorrow's probably gonna be a bad day for us.
For you guys, I don't know what the fuck you're on.
Okay, give me a second.
Is this for something specific that Tiernan asked?
I just asked if I could
Yeah.
tell which type of dragon that was.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
'cause that is a dragon. And the type of dragon, pretty obvious, but I'll give you the full details. That is a skull of a great worm red.
Huh.
Oh.
Oh, but what's behind it in the window?
Oh,
That's Steve.
that. Well, you do see
That's
this
Billy.
aquarium.
That's Billy. He's just chilling. He just lives here sometimes.
It just swims around, it's fine.
Did you actually ask that to Yeskin?
I do, actually.
He goes like, yes. First, that's the skull of one of my one of my closest rivals. Behind it is actually a pet that I acquired, I believe, a few centuries ago. Growing up quite well. It's, are you familiar with the lung dragons? There are our cousins, true dragons as well, but they tend to not have wings and a proper breath weapon. But they do have immense skill in the arcane.
Did I ever run into any?
You can roll me a history and a D100.
Waiting for the
History.
nat 20. There we go.
D100.
You ran into a few of them. They were pretty small, but they literally had no interest in dealing with you or confronting with you. Most of the time, they just passed by pretty quickly. They were more toward heading east. One occasionally, which kind of confused you, that it looked like a eel flying in the sky. When you got a better look at it, it was definitely a wingless dragon. That
Oh, I remember encountering a couple of them.
yes, this one I had acquired, or rather, it had lost to me when it attempted to invade my lair. So, in exchange for its life, it serves me now.
The ones that I ran into seemed pretty docile.
They usually are, but this was a rare one. And the only reason why I say it's rare, because this one had unfortunately suffered some sort of mutation.
What kind and how long ago? Wait, you said a couple centuries. Wait, it doesn't matter because Ed is seemingly immortal. Continue, sorry.
Yes, well, it never seemed to had never seemed to had a name, which I would find that rare. And its ferocity was impressive enough, despite it being so weak.
Well, it not having a name and being versed in the arcane and having a temper such as that could have been an early experiment of our mutual friend.
Perhaps, though I don't think Ed would be keen to using wild magic. Still, after a while, it has stayed in my protection, even though I had offered it freedom.
Then it's smart.
Oh yes, there is no doubt about it, but it seems to have lost much of its higher tier functions. But so long as I still breathe, well, Lung as I would call him, will remain safe.
Gestures to the skull. So who was he? Or she?
He was an old rival. I doubt you remember a particular name.
Probably wouldn't anyway.
True. But most would just simply remember him as Talanos. And I'll just type in the name, but
I honestly heard Tylenol, and I'm like, what now?
Talanos.
Tylenol, okay.
But
I
that
know,
is
I
the
sometimes
notes of
will say-
Ask Mom About.
Tylenol.
Yep. And as he leads you out, he will eventually take you guys back to the main, but now we shift back to people in library.
Alright.
And, you
So
say
what are the odds now that every magical book in this room is written by some variation of Ed? At this point.
Well, let's find out.
I guess we'll just all start pulling up books and going through.
you can certainly try again. You still got enough
Fuck
time
it,
to
I'll roll an investigation now since we're going down this rabbit hole.
Sure.
Alright, Moogle, you wanna try again? For the meme?
Nope.
Oh my
Didn't mean to
god.
double.
Well, you
Oh,
blew it.
fuck.
I was gonna say you had advantage because you guys know what
Oh.
you're looking for now. You're looking for specific things.
You just don't want Moogle to roll though, I understand.
No, I'm trying to be fair.
20.
Okay, Mavis, you have advantage too because you kind of know what you're looking for the group if you want to join.
We are going Ed hunting.
I know, it's so fun.
I swear to God, if like half these books, my God, thank God we all rolled above a 20 or 20 or
Okay.
above.
Let's go roll a d12. Right. So you do find, actually, you know what? D12 and the D4. Right. So you find 2 more books. They unfortunately do not have. Well, let me. Oh, the first book that you guys find.
Huh. Well, that would have been nice like 20 minutes ago.
A lot of fairy dragons died for these covers.
Also, this would have been good for Tyrannin like 5 minutes ago.
Huh.
That thing he still has on him.
I still have that orange fucking rock.
Um,
Now,
either-
as I know, I'm just rolling for the other things.
no problem.
Okay. So the necrotic book, or the book of necrotic secrets and divine domains and all that stuff, divine mysteries. There is an author, but it does not seem to match anything that reaches a allogram. In fact, it says the name or the owner of that particular book is a. I'm gonna type her name down quickly. Is a Deneb Rove. However, the book on precious minerals and ores and all that stuff belongs to.
We haven't heard that name before, have we?
No.
My brain is trying to anagram it now because now I'm in that mindset.
Belongs to this individual.
Why the hell is it always Smegmit? Something with Smeg. Sounds so fucking dumb. Alright, so far we know that Ed has written a book on golems. He has written a book on the fall of Nethril. He has written a book on ores and precious metals. At this point, I'm just curious on what he hasn't written the book under.
I mean, oh right, I forgot. I'm sorry. Mavis actually found a book too. I'm sorry about that.
Oh yay, another Edward book.
Yes, which you found the really oddest looking book.
Books of dishes and ingredients. That just looks like a Hearthstone cover.
That's
Is
a
it? I
fun
don't know.
book.
That's a Hearthstone book.
I don't know. I just typed in book covers and it gave me that, and I was like, he's an arrogant enough dragon. He likes this stuff.
A book about exotic dishes and how to does it give us a name on this one?
You only get a weird name, and it just says, I'll just get that. I got my list of authors here.
List of Ed or not Ed?
Yes.
Odie. Damn it. I hate that miser.
Hmm?
Well, never mind. You
I
can
don't know.
technically read that as a pun, saying "hod damn it" or "odd damn it" or "odd ham it."
Okay,
I
I
hate
did
that
not.
so much.
I will honestly admit I did not realize that.
It makes so much sense, and I hate that I picked that up.
But, as you are looking at that book, you do hear the loud, boisterous voice of Yeskin as he enters back into the library.
I guess he'll see like all of us like just putting all these books on his desk.
No, we're taking him, put him back.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I was assuming we were just like
I think
looking.
Sindra is.
Yeah, I'd probably do the same then, because there's no reason to like spread all of them out.
Yep. So Tyrion and Arizel, you're back in the room as Yeskin opens the doors himself. They just go shh. Him again, despite being in the form of a man, he actually has the strength of a great worm dragon.
Weird.
Just slaps the doors open and says, "Yes, well, my old rival, Tal, as he would usually call himself, was, well, he boasted to being a great hunter. And, I see you've been engrossed with my books. Had you found any of them of interest?"
I mean, not to be blunt, but for someone who doesn't like fiction, you sure have a lot by the same author.
Oh? He looks actually genuinely confused.
I mean, where
She
you know that
motions to the books.
you are aware of general anagram and word arrangement, no?
Is that those things with pen names and the like?
Yes, all of them seem to be matched of one, as they say, Edward Dominguez,
Oh.
or at least a good handful of them.
Yeah,
Not
Sin starts
everyone.
pointing it out.
Yeah.
Here's one. Here's one. Which is interesting because these are the exact same things he was using. Like she points out to the Gollum manual. He's abusing the soul, which apparently he penned from this one. So your collection's rather extensive on him.
Interesting. I just found them a good read. Never really considered them to be of the same author.
Do you remember where you found them?
He kind of. Now I gotta roll a bunch of things for him now because.
He found them all in a crate labeled, "These are not Edward Dominguez's books. Take them. Free books."
That would be nice, but no.
I know.
Alright. Let's see.
I love the guy like, "Oh yes, I will fight this man to the death. Meanwhile, I will also take all his magical books."
Trust me, if you actually know this guy's history, he really would. That's just the kind of dragon he is. Alright, so that
I guess before you'd come in while you're rolling that, should say. No, one thing I'm curious of, since you said wizards are always crazy, and at least super paranoid. What are the odds that Ed would put multiple scrying runes on it to make sure Lord Dominance would not be of any particular pain?
Oh, those I have already removed.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense then. That was kind of beat like before Ominence came in. That was my bad though. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, alright
Yeah,
then.
I was just kind of doing that while you were rolling on the side. It's kind of.
That is perfectly fine.
See with what he's done in the past, about 100%.
What about?
Precious metal.
Are you able to dispel any magic if worst comes to worst?
I'm actually not going to.
1, 2. Here we go.
You sure? She'll hold out her book because this has a something in it that I can't really trigger. And apparently it is a mark of the rune for the soul, as you had heard him say. And considering it has magic that I can't even see right now, I don't really trust it, as far as I could throw it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay.
That's way below average, Jesus.
Well, I mean, this is, well, okay. So I'm just going with the ones that I'm writing down right away, so, or how I had them, organized. So, he first picks up the Tome of the Custom Golem Creation. I believe this one was in, well, Binge's world, Palathenas. They have plenty of golems there, some even made out of pure metal like rock. I think they called them the Blair golems. Strange names. Then he picks up the Tome of Precious Gems. This one was one of my more recent acquirements, about decade ago. It was offered to me by, I believe it was one of my daughters that had found the book in the dark market and gave it to me as a soft reading material.
He had a plan for literally everything. Interesting.
I'm curious on one thing.
Mm,
Would you mind if I look at the books one more time?
You certainly may.
I want to cast Identify Miser on these books. I don't know if she, considering what we had told, are these books as paradoxal?
Interesting.
I'll ping it while she's kind of like looking over them.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of what role for you to make for that.
There we go.
Because right now you are in a room with a lot of magic stuff, so I'm wondering if this.
Well, they are.
Yeah.
Identify is specific to one touch, so it's not like each
Yeah,
individual.
I was for some reason I was thinking about like the tech magic. You don't really sense anything paradoxal. Which book are you touching, by the way?
Any of the ones that have Edward's anagram on them.
Okay, so that'll be the golem, the gems, the bestiary, and the grimoire.
Mm-hmm.
So choose one of them.
Probably the safest one out of all of them would probably be the gem one.
You don't sense anything really. There is really no sense of magic or anything that odd.
I guess I'll just go down the line then. Since I did the gem one, I'll do the bestiary, then the soul, and then I'll leave the golem for last.
Alright, so you do feel a bit of a ping from the grimoire and from the golem book, but it's more of abjuration and they're all just abjuration.
Alright, well, at the very least, I know that they're not sent across multiple paradoxes, so that's at least not as worrying, all things considered.
Yes, the bestiary book, if I'm not mistaken. This one was. You look at his rolls again. Here we go, 12. Okay. This one I acquired when about 2 centuries ago. It was when I learned of the world of Palthenius. Some of the creatures there were exquisitely interesting. And as for the last one, the grimoire, this one was a trophy, as one could say. I believe this one I had about. He pauses to really think hard on that one. I think it was among my first actual books I was hoarding. About a good 4 or 5 centuries ago. I believe I was dealing with a few mages back in Toro. Yes, it was back at the spine of the world. They were up to some sort of summoning. But they gathered so much magic that it caught my attention, and it was so close to my freshly made new lair. I just couldn't suffer dealing with a bunch of mages trying to quite possibly drop an avalanche on my head. I simply took the book. It was an interesting read, but it was nothing really of importance to me.
I guess
Also,
one last thing.
you would know that when he says spine of the world, Oberina, you would know immediately he's talking about Icewind Dale.
Okay. Oh, wonder why a book was all the way up in that neck of the woods.
I'm curious why a mage would want to have so many anagrams of a name.
Make it harder to track. Maybe he's just generally a showman and doesn't wish to be known as much. Who knows? There's no, I guess, because with the detect magic going, there's no like emotional pings from these books either. Just
If you're using detect magic, I will need you to do a Constitution saving throw.
I thankfully don't have detect magic, so I can.
Okay. So I'm just giving you a warning, a heads up now, because you're in a very magic.
Oh no, I figure if I do detect magic, my brain is going to explode in this place.
Yes, you're gonna get an LSCD.
I'm gonna get a Nightcore reference in my brain.
Yes, a power rave.
But I'm curious why he would even want to go to this spine if they were out there. Not as much there. A lot of people dying.
I
Guess
heard
that's why I left.
I heard there was a crystal relic that was lost and found there. I didn't really pay too much attention to it.
Would I know what that is?
You can roll me a history. It'll be a flat one though.
Fine. I'm not rolling great tonight, so yeah.
You heard of something called the crystal shard, but that's about it.
Nope, doesn't seem to ring a bell. Makes sense. Probably the miners bitching about something during a show.
Perhaps. Still. As I said, you may explore some of the books and acquire some of its information, or perhaps spells for those who are more inclined to the arcane arts. Though I am curious, but when can I expect you to make your way to Rashakan?
Looks at the rest of the party.
Yep, he's looking at the rest of the party.
Oh, I'm still sitting on his desk, by the way, so if is he giving me a look? I haven't really moved.
You can roll me insight.
I also like, alright, yeah. This is where I'm about to get my ass booted off by the fucking Great Worm, man. Oh, 21. Let's see if it pissed him off for sitting on his desk.
He's basically admiring your curves on the on his desk.
Yes, my ass print on his desk. How amazing.
He's a dragon.
True. If anything, I think he'd be more worried about the wood bending.
No comments here. Is a dragon. Not to mention, Tyranid, you will know, and same for Syndra, red dragons tend to like to eat elves.
Thank God
And
I'm only half.
Well, does anyone have particular thought or questions as, well, these revelations are popping up now?
I don't know if I really have too much question right now myself. But since I've been in there, what is the thing in the middle that's pulsing?
This?
Yeah.
Do you ask him or you check it yourself?
She's trying to figure it out herself.
Okay, you can roll me an Arcana. There's your 20.
Wow! Of course! Plot was like, hey, you
Arcana?
need to know
No
this
problem.
after all your at once.
Okay, let me just make sure I got the name right so I don't simply say it and make it sound like a... Here we go. Okay. So, you can tell that that is pulsating with power. It's definitely Arcana. With your Arcana check, you immediately realize that is something akin to a Pearl of Power, but now gigantic size.
So, are we talking like pseudo Mythlar or?
Almost. Almost. It probably could pass as a Mythlar, but nowhere near there.
Yeah.
It definitely has a lot of power in there, though. He wasn't lying. He didn't get an actual one. But with your Arcana, I also give this to you. There are definitely looks to be like patches and such as if it was being constructed.
Well, Lord Ominous, I think that we would be there, headed that direction in a day or so.
Excellent. Well, again, you have access to my library. You may think of it as an investment from me to you. And did you acquire this individual, this Archmagus's books and research items, I would be most delighted to have my hands on such a set of books from an individual that kind of gestures to some of the books you're pointing out would have the time to write so many.
Well, if you were immortal, would you not at least get bored and just start to write down what you know?
If I were to have immortality, I think I would get bored indeed, but considering how I live my life vicariously, I don't see any way if I was going to get bored yet. And I'm well over, 1,200 years old.
As much as I would hate to look at this from a more optimistic point of view, what if he did want to at one point share his knowledge with someone? Or maybe just himself, looped over many times. That way, if you write a book about it, then you won't have to relearn the same subject and can just relearn it from the book of your own work.
Just quietly shrugs. Perhaps. Though, I will not presume to know or understand all of the individual's minds of mortals and other creatures. Even deities have their own failings. Thus, I can only simply do and act and plan on things that I do have control over.
Well, I suppose that I should prepare some things, some extra paper. We'll come back later.
Of course, my guards will know who you are, and with my blessings and my word, they will not hinder you. Also, Tyrannin, be sure to take care of Binge. I sense he can be quite a useful asset, considering the world that he is from.
Yes, we've already learned quite a bit of information from him, even with his limited knowledge.
Well, I'm pretty sure a boy grew up in the mines, and then worked as a military academy. Can only know so much. Now, seeing as we have spent most of this time with information and learning, I do expect good results in our mutual partnership.
One last thing before I go, if I may.
He gestures his hand. You may.
How well versed are you in the legends of black dragons?
If you're referring to Daggerath or a certain other type of black dragons,
It has to do with the original namesake that I have.
yes.
It came up in a book.
Before you continue on that one, the one who would have most information on that would be my wife, my mate. Considering, if I'm not mistaken, you're referring to the Obsidian kin.
Yes, I believe it is.
Then she would be the one to have the answer for you. Fret not. We were somewhat aware of your strange lineage. But I believe in her words that you are a small grain of sand to not warrant a angry or racial antagonistic relationship.
Oh, my scales, I think, are more from the injuries I took.
Are they now? And there's this shit-eating grin smile that I know something, but I am gonna let you ponder that. Grin.
No, if I have your blessing to speak with your wife.
Of course. I believe she'll be heading to the dark. She'll be heading to the dark market to enjoy some stress relief, or at least watching some of the shows.
Oh,
sure-
we were thinking about that ourselves.
Oh, I'm certain. Studying the arcane can be somewhat degrading to the body if one does not exercise enough.
Actually, I was going to see if we could find a monkey to beat him again.
Why?
That was entertaining, but I believe the young lad has grown enough to be a challenge.
So what you're telling me is we need a bigger monkey.
That can be arranged.
Well, this sounds
I
like
could use some
fun.
practice.
Good.
I think your practice needs to be on lizard folk.
True.
We can arrange some pit fighters.
It's been a while since I've actually had to fend for myself, so this should be fun.
Good. Go and get yourself some rest before you enter the blood pits for us. Say 2 hours from now, as he looks out to the windows. And despite the time that you guys have been here, and it's only been around high noon when you entered, and now it's starting to become late afternoon, but not enough to be evening, yet you do feel, or rather see, the sun as it sets down. The times the shadow goes over Lord Ominence, it goes from the pudgy looking man's brown eyes and a smile to, when the shadow goes over, glowing orange yellow eyes that stare back at you all. Half lazy too, but and you live so long.
As I turn to leave, I just make the primal energies flash through my eyes.
Is that are you intimidating?
No,
Persuading?
nothing. Just,
Just literally an
just like
aesthetic.
I can do that too.
I can do it too.
It's a little posturing. That's it.
All right, all right. I think he'll accept that. And he just gestures his hand. Well, I'm sure you can see yourselves out.
Of
I do
course.
appreciate the time, though I am quite new to the city. Oh, also, if you see
Hmm.
a Liliana, do tell her I apologize about everything that I had found them first, but she still owes me 10 gold.
She paid you.
No,
She
she
did.
didn't.
She did. She
Oh,
she had a
wait.
little rabbit that dropped you a pouch of 10 gold in it.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought she didn't give it back to me and she was still
No,
walking around. Okay, then that's my bad for misunderstanding.
no. She had a rabbit familiar drop the 10 gold. She knows.
Actually, no. Um, actually, brain being pumped. You know of a Miss I literally just said her name.
Liliana.
Liliana, correct? Do you know at least her place of work? We should just drop by and ask her something before we leave then, with everything.
I am not familiar just yet of all the newcomers, Miss Oberina.
Well, that is my apologies. I thought she was a frequent, from what she had said, or had at least talked as if she had been here prior, or at least seemed to have more knowledge than she let on.
Most tend to investigate when they are going to a new area as much as possible. Though some more hot blooded individuals tend to just go throw caution in the wind and let the, how do they say, dice roll and determine their fates.
Never been one for fates myself, so I usually just kinda wing it.
Well, lifestyle seems to serve those differently. But if you are looking for any individuals, you have a better luck finding them at the guild hall.
Yeah, I'll make my way there later after everything's said and done, as long as I could just see it before I leave. The guild holds the for player knowledge, the guild holds the bar, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
All right. So if everyone begins to leave, I'm just gonna roll one more thing. Mavis, could you also roll me a d100?
Book explodes again.
Okay.
What do I feel like the book has a vibrate function every now and then? It's like, what?
What?
Somebody got text me.
I got a text.
Don't text me back.
New
Okay.
phone. Who dis?
Why you leave me on red?
Okay, I'm just writing this down because I got my book of little notes. All right. So as everyone is leaving, Yeskin Ominence speaks up, but only to Mavis. I am curious, young one. As the conversation with Dina has been going about, and I had mentioned about what I've known about her, as he takes a sniff in the air, I am curious as to why you smell like her.
I hate it. I've never met her. So I wouldn't know why. Um, I'm also curious, what do I smell like then?
I'm just gonna do a quick in here. Roll that. Okay. He pauses. Thinks about it really hard to articulately pick words. And then just says, sorrow. As if you had lost someone important. and you can't find the answer that you're looking for. With a small tinge, if not maybe a small edge, of a desire of vengeance.
She'll just. Okay. She'll give a little smirk and just say, "You." How do I phrase this? It's hard to lose something you've never had before.
Unless you've forgotten what it was. But run on now, young one. I would want the rest of your traveling companions think otherwise. And does everyone else... Oh, speaking of, as you are heading out, Benj and Okeanos are there. How do you lead them out?
Come on, we're done here for the day.
Alright, let's get you guys. And you guys to the Murder Stones area. Place. So, vessel there.
Metastones.
Yes, considering that what happened was that besides Binge and Okeanos, there's also another face that was with you, but was keeping quiet. Also, Mavis, did you say or do anything after Ominous?
Just a slight nod.
Okay.
I thought we took her, or we dropped her off beforehand.
I think we said we were going to do that, but then we kind of got rushed over to Ominence's.
Oh.
Yeah, sort of, kind of, did, yeah. But anyway, she comes out to actually greet you all as she basically walks over with a very familiar fur noodle dog, however they're pronounced. And along with her are two very familiar faces. Oh, not here, she's in the center. Are two very familiar dwarves.
God damn it.
Which I'll shiv Z to those who have not seen them before.
It is human Bushman. And his brother, not Bushman.
Is Mohawk. But
I fucking love that image so much.
Harry and Larry. And as Harry calls out, I see you're all done with Lord Ominence.
Yep, we just finished up over there for the day.
Great. You guys can take a quick rest as well. From the looks of it, he kind of looks to you, Syndra, and also to Oberina. For some reason, and I will not pry, but I am a little worried. I don't know who you are, Miss Pink-haired woman, but Lady Monroe would like to have words with you two. And yes, that means you, Miss Captain Syndra Gallos.
Of course.
Great. Until then, I believe the blood pit is calling you, Tyranid, brother.
Good. I was bored.
Yep.
I have a
And
hefty sum that I'd like to put down on him getting his ass beat. No.
Sandra just gives you a thumbs up with a cheeky smile on her face.
And are you not going in the blood pit as well? What's it, Syndra?
Do I look crazy?
Yes, actually,
Don't
many
answer
times
that shit.
over.
I said, don't answer.
I
Right.
could give you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, they just go like, and Larry again. He is actually armed to the teeth for the time being, but
Like his actual teeth have knives in them.
yes, they're pointed, canine-like,
Oh my
and
god.
on the side is a very large great axe. But he goes and adds, there's some we got an interesting collection of gladiators, so not to the death or anything, but well, you guys are gonna be fighting, whichever one's decide to go. Your choice, 1-on-1 or battle royale.
Yeah, I prefer not to watch, and it's been a while since I've done anything, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of fun.
Excellent. He kind of looks over to Sandra. Princess, could you just stick with my brother and I will lead them to the... She immediately just... Again, girl is not talking, but... Shakes her head no. Stomps her foot. Points to him, points to you guys, points to herself, then points to the direction. There's like a pause as if he's trying to process this, and I'm just gonna roll this for a little bit of flavor.
Oh, what? You don't think you're enough protection?
I, mm, I think, I think she just wants to go with you guys to watch.
Exactly.
She nods. She moves over here. Points to Larry to lead in the direction. And it points to all you guys in the same direction. And Larry's like, I get the feeling I'm talking to Jeandi, but
She is his daughter.
starts heading that way as if he's between defeat but also confusion. Also,
Fuck it, of course. Yes, we have formed the most impenetrable arrow.
with the barbarian all the way in the front so he can take a face full of fireball.
Oh shit,
that's
Red's
right.
back!
No, I forgot. They're not even there. They're helping the
The lady,
uh,
yes, your
yeah.
crew and them are helping out regarding the girl. Yeah,
They're staring. They're standing very awkwardly in the corner of the bar.
Like, what do we do now? We don't even drink or eat, we're just here.
Vision or Arcano still have their original orders of if a scratch goes on that girl, they're getting twice of it.
Mm-hmm. So, Mavis, what's your past perception?
It is 23.
Okay. So there's no way this thing's gonna beat you. Actually, you know what? I'll just roll for it just to see if I get a laugh out of it.
Rolls the nat 20.
You know, that could happen.
No, I always curse the rolls, so it's probably not going to. Yeah.
Nah. So, Mavis, you do notice that this large noodle creature, this furret, is trying to climb onto your leg and in onto the quiver that holds all your ammunition.
Again? What is it this time?
Just looks at you, twitches a nose, then looks over to
Oh.
Simba.
Oh, I see. You don't like me. Fine, whatever.
Kind of his paw as if to grab you.
Fucking bitch slapped by a ferret. Ferret.
It's more like that pawing effect. But
Where
like,
it's like lightly bashing it.
like says, it's like, come here.
Aw.
It's like the yeah. Looks up right at you. And I need both of you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Why?
Mm.
It's
Ugh.
not another one.
So you made it. You're not freaked out. You do hear a very garbled voice in your heads, or at least just you two. And what it just says is, "Be careful." And we're gonna end the session here,
That's fine.
which I'll just type it down.
He just wanted us to be care. He wanted us to be full of care. That's it. That's why it was spaced like that.
Yep. So, thank you everyone for this evening. I am your DM, Miser Mark. And everyone's finding some really fun stuff. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to probably cross out my Excel sheet of doom.
Oh shit, we figured everything out now.
But yes, you can find my content on MiserMark2010 on Twitch and YouTube of the same thing. And you can also find stuff that I'm part of in Jeeves the Dingus and Paraspace Mariner's YouTube and Twitch account, respectively. Otherwise, tomorrow I will be playing as Elliot the Dampier in Sea of Sorrow in Moogle's campaign, and I'll hand it over to Moogle for our DM tomorrow.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm totally prepared. Totally. Yep. Yeah, tomorrow is CSROs. They have arrived in the big city, and they get to have an adventure there. And totally not have to torture Miser with his own campaign that I met him in. So, yeah, that's gonna be fun. The usual, my commission info, all that, can be found here. And let's throw it over to the other usual Monday DM, Jeebus.
I'm James Dingus. You can catch me tomorrow playing Deckham in Moogle's campaign, my happy Warforged that nothing can go wrong with because he is just such a happy little gentleman. Other than that, you can find my stuff here on YouTube. So I will throw it over to Mariner.
Hello. I'm Transpace Mariner. I usually run Tuesday games every other week. Yeah, you can find my information on DM Mariner on Twitter and Transpace Mariner on Twitch. And yeah, we should be able to. And can't talk. Getting to that point in life, but I'll be playing Kyle tomorrow, and hopefully not rolling like Moogle was today, and hopefully not dying in the city.
Dear God, if you rolled that bad in my campaign, you'd be dead in the first 5 minutes.
I rolled that bad.
Yeah, that's literally Elliot's rolls and Fangs' rolls. But yeah, I guess I'll throw it over to Az.
Right.
Yep.
Hello, I'm Ad. I play Arya in this game, and every other Tuesday I play as Mala. You'll find my Twitter information and Twitter handle down below. So, yeah.
And I think that's it for everyone. So you all have a good evening, and yeah, see you next time.
Bye.